presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Welcome back to Great American Ballpark. Reds and the Rockies ready to get going. Some clouds hovering up above. Let's check the weather forecast from our buddy Tim Hedrick.
Oh, it's good to see the boys at home. Long road trip, but I'm not waving the white flag as of yet. Warm during the game, chance of a thunderstorm during the game. By the time you go home, down to about 79 degrees. I'm Doppler Tim Hedrick on Facebook. Look me up. Give me a pitch. Oh, yeah. Boys are back in front.
Hey, you're always there, Timmy. Good job. This guy was there last time out in Houston, Chris. Boy, was he something else. 8 great innings in front of the home folks.
Yeah, he did that, George, just about an hour away from LaGrange, Texas, which is where he grew up. And Homer Bailey looking for his second real good outing in a row. 8 innings of one-run baseball against the Astros. What can he do against the Colorado Rockies? We'll find that out later on tonight. He had good control, and the biggest thing for Homer last outing, he did not let one inning ruin his game.
Homer's home, so are the Reds. Can they put together a streak they needed to get back in his race in the Central? That's coming up next from Joe Nuxall Way on Fox Sports Ohio.
Reds Baseball is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Whenever you're feeling good and hungry, it's Skyline time.
Humid night here at Great American Ballpark. Homer Bailey used to that, coming from the Lone Star State of Texas, the 25-year-old right-hander ready to go to work. Let's check the starting lineup for Hamilton, Ohio native Jim Tracy and the Colorado Rockies. Switch hitting Dexter Fowler's back in the leadoff spot. Mark Ellis, who came over from Oakland this past month, is playing second, batting second. Carlos Gonzalez back off the disabled list at 287, a legitimate two-way player. Troy Tulowitzki, one of the best in the business, is average right around 300 as usual. Todd Helton, he's got a Hall of Fame career, over 300 for his career and over 300 this year. Seth Smith will be in left, Ty Wigginton at third, Chris Iannetta behind the plate, Jason Hamill, the pitcher, bats at number 9 position, and here's Homer.
25 years old already, 68 starts in the major leagues for Homer Bailey. He had a good start last time out. He's 6-5 on the year, 1 game over 500. The same he is in his major league career, 22 wins against 21 losses. And if Homer Bailey has his control of that fastball, he ought to be able to get the Reds deep into the ball game. And they definitely need that, given the fact that they've used their bullpen each of the last couple of days in Chicago.
Colorado Rockies team is pretty similar to the Reds in so many respects. Offensively is one of them. They don't hit as many home runs as the Reds do, even though they're in a home run hitting ballpark too, for different reasons. But they've had trouble with starting pitching, just as the Reds have had this year. Here's Dexter back in center field and back in the leadoff spot. They've tried a host of folks in the leadoff position so far. Fowler, the switch hitter, in at 253. On the road, 263 overall. No homers and 30 knocked in. He's got some speed. This is a team that likes to be aggressive. Jim Tracy's always been that way from when he was a minor league manager in the Reds organization down in Chattanooga. All the way through his time as a manager in Pittsburgh, as a manager in Los Angeles with the Dodgers. There's Trace behind the post, and behind him Bobby Apodaca, his pitching coach. 1 ball, 2 strikes from Homer. And tied at third is Todd Frazier. Great to have you with us. George Grant, Chris Welsh, Jim Day, and Jeff Picoro, ready for pre and post game activities here at Great American Ballpark. The Reds, after 38 days in 4th place, thanks to their win yesterday, have moved back into 3rd place in the Central Division. That's up and in, says home plate umpire Fielding Colbreth. He's behind the plate. Lance Barksdale's down at first, Gary Cederstrom at second, and Adrian Johnson's your third base umpire for tonight. What's been different for Homer this year, Chris?
Well, I think early in the year, George, when he was healthy, he really turned the corner as far as trying to become a pitcher. It seemed for the longest time that Homer Bailey would simply try to go out there and throw hard and try to strike guys out. But I think he realized after watching, maybe watching Mike Leake last year, maybe watching some of the other pitchers on the staff, and finally realizing, you know what, it's all about pitching. It's all about giving these hitters a good chance to get themselves out. And he really turned a step up to do that. Now, I think the next step for Homer Bailey is showing everybody that he can be healthy for a complete season.
6-5 overall, an ERA of 4.3. Here's the number 2 hitter, Mark Ellis. Ellis is probably one of the best all-around ball players you don't know much about in the major leagues. Just been a gutty ball player for Oakland throughout his American League career. Never been spectacular, but always been solid. They had hoped that he could plug the second base gap, but he struggled since coming over. He's in at 259, couple of homers, 11 knocked in. Against right-handers, he's in at 219 on the season, and about 280 against left-handers. Ellis will be followed by a pretty good middle of the order. 3, 4, and 5, as good as it gets. Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki, and Todd Helton. Ouch. The Rockies come in the National League, 7th overall in hitting at 258. The Reds are a notch above them at 259. Fastball misses down and in, 2-2.
Yeah, but you can see early on how Homer Bailey is throwing different speeds. He's throwing to different parts of the strike zone. His delivery looks much smoother, much more compact than it ever has before.
Missing down and away, will go full 3-2. When he first signed, and he was a #1 draft pick out of Texas in the 1st round, the 7th overall taken back in 2004. The motion was powerful but herky-jerky. Did that contribute to the arm difficulties?
I think so. I think what every young pitcher battles, especially when you're a tall guy like Homer Bailey with long arms and long legs, is how are you going to make your delivery compact enough that you make it easier for you to repeat? Because there are days when your arm doesn't feel that good, your biorhythms aren't rocking you, and all of a sudden you've got to figure out how to make things happen. If you've got a complicated delivery, that's not going to be able to do that.
Stubbs has it, 2 away, and let's check your 4 defensive alignment for the Reds. Just as these teams have mirrored themselves in pitching and hitting, defense the same story. They both have underachieved defensively. Fred Lewis is in left, Stubbs in center, Jay Bruce in right. Frazier's at 3rd, and that means Giannis will be at 2nd because Brandon Phillips still nursing that sore knee and sore ankle. Joey Votto at 1st, and Ramon Hernandez behind the plate for Homer. That's your Reds defensive alignment. I can't let it get away. Your biorhythms? That's you're picking that back from years ago.
Well, you're right about that, George. I thought you'd recognize that.
Jesse, it's been a long time since we heard that one.
That was my excuse.
You were into that back then. You were.
Still am.
So are some of your teammates.
You know, it's just another way of saying that some days you feel great, some days you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're a major league manager, you don't care if your pitcher doesn't feel great that day. You want him to pitch great nonetheless.
Carlos Gonzalez gets clipped by that, so he'll head down to first. You've got to pitch Gonzalez in, and this is what Bailey's trying to do here.
Well, I like this about, I'm not necessarily hitting a guy in the arm, but if you're going to go for a spot on the inner part of the plate or just off the plate, don't miss over the middle of the plate. Not to a guy like Carlos Gonzalez, or he'll hit one out of here. So when you miss inside even more, and the worst thing that's going to happen is that he gets clipped by the baseball, goes to first base, and you've got a chance still to get out of the inning.
Gonzalez won the National League batting title last year. The guy standing right next to him finished right behind him. He had a miraculous year. This year he's been sidetracked with a wrist injury, just got back into the lineup, and as Carney Lansford, his hitting instructor, says, he's still not 100%. The right wrist still wrapped. Here's Tulowitzki, always around 300. He's at 299, 21 homers, 78 knocked in. From the stretch is Bailey. Gonzalez can run, and this is a team that will run. Popped up. Is there going to be room? Votto cruising into foul territory, will squeeze it. They get a big out with Tulowitzki with Gonzalez on. Votto goes to the bat rack. He'll hit third when we return. Baker's starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. Fred Lewis will lead it off in at 253. He's playing left tonight. Edgar Renteria celebrated his birthday yesterday with a home run. Joey Votto in at 322. Will be followed by Jay Bruce, Todd Frazier, who played third tonight. Drew Stubbs back in the sixth spot. Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. Giannis hits eighth, and Homer Bailey, the pitcher, takes a 200 average into tonight's game. And here's a guy who's sure struck out a whole host of Reds every time he's faced him, Chris.
He seems like it, George, but boy, he has really struggled as of late. Jason Hamill has. He's 6-11 on the year, 5 games under 500. He is 10 games under in his major league career, having won 33 and lost 43. 110 starts in the major leagues. A lot of them here with the Colorado Rockies, some also with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Of those 22 starts, 11 have been listed as quality starts. Here's Lewis to lead it off. Why is he in there? Well, in his career, he's 7 for 9 against Hamill. And remember, Fred came up in the San Francisco organization where they faced Colorado fairly often. Look out. And in his warm-ups, Hamill threw 2 just like that, way over Ionetta's head.
Well, the report that I've been getting on Jason Hamill lately, and I asked around and said, why is this guy being bounced around and hit so hard lately? And really the reason is because his breaking ball is flattened out. And that's about as flat as you can throw it right there without putting a parachute on it.
That's a helicopter spinner. 2-0. Trying to get the feel for it. That misses, and it's 3 balls and no strikes.
Well, as humid as it is here at Great American Ballpark tonight, it ought to be a good night for somebody to throw a breaking ball.
Bob Apodaca, the pitching coach, with his eyes riveted to him. That's a strike, 3-1. Talk about two ballparks that are worlds apart. Colorado with the mile-high city of Denver. Very little moisture in the air. Here, there's a ton of it, especially tonight. And there's a leadoff walk. But check your forward defensive alignment for this Colorado Rockies team. Seth Smith will be in left. Dexter Fowler, great speed in center. And Carlos Gonzalez, always one of the league leaders. He's got 8 assists so far. He and Bruce, two of the best you'll see in right. Ty Wigginton's at third. Tulowitzki, brilliant at short. Ellis at second. And Helton, always Gold Glove caliber at first. With Iannetta, much improved behind the plate. And he's been swinging a hot bat. He had a great series against Washington. Great to have Gonzalez back for the Rockies. He's in right. He's played all 3 outfield positions, over 100 games at each of the outfield positions. Wherever you put him, he's got Gold Glove caliber defense in his back pocket. Here's Edgar in at 241. He hit his 3rd homer yesterday in Chicago. 26 knocked in. And for his career, 6 home runs, as you see, against the Rockies. Against Hamill, he's 3 for 10. Short lead for Lewis. Fred not going. Off the end of the bat. It'll hang up in left center. Seth Smith will haul it in, and there's your first out. Lewis will retreat back to the bag. And that'll bring up Joey. Votto got a standing ovation from the fans before the game. He received his Player of the Week honors from last week. Heck, almost every week you can name him that. And the beard's coming in pretty good, Chris.
I'll tell you what, where would this ball club be at all without Joey Votto? I mean, game in and game out, he gives you the best at bat of anybody on this team. He battles the pitcher. He fouls off tough pitches. He comes up with big hits. And coming up with big hits with runners on base, what Joey Votto has done his entire career. I mean, he is one of the best of our generation as far as hitting in the clutch.
You saw the numbers, 329 against the Rockies, but against Hamill, he's only 1 for 9 in his career. Love to get Lewis out to second for one of the best hitters with runners in scoring position in baseball at the plate. Votto at 442 with runners in scoring position. Nobody better.
Well, against Jason Hamill this year, the opposition has run pretty well. 14 successful stolen bases, only 6 times thrown out. So you combine that with Iannetta behind the plate, maybe not a bad opportunity for Fred Lewis at some point in this at bat to try to take it off and get to second base.
Ionnetta's thrown out 25% of those who have tried to steal, and his throwing much improved, his footwork improved. And talking to him before the game, he said, more than anything, it's because I'm playing all the time now, and that rhythm is so much important. Ramon Hernandez went through that period when he came over from Baltimore. When you play on a regular basis, you make the plays more often. Lewis not going, that breaking ball, and again looks like he's feeling for it.
Yeah, again, George, I come back to the fact that when it's hot and humid, that's a great atmosphere for a breaking ball, because the air is thick and a ball will hit that thick air and it really will bite. I mean, if you have a problem throwing a breaking ball, it would be in Denver, where the air is dry, very hard to get a grip on the baseball, and when you throw it up there, it just kind of rolls.
3-1. They'll chase Lewis back. You pitched in Denver. How did you have to change the way you approached it?
I used to pour water on my uniform every inning when I was in the dugout. So when I go out there and try to get some moisture, I didn't have to spit on my fingers. I could just wipe my uniform.
But didn't that fall off because of the Vaseline?
Well, you have to be careful which side of the baseball. You always want to drip the grippy side for the curveball and the Vaseline side for the fastball.
That's the second walk of the inning. 2 on, 1 out, and here comes Jay Bruce. Even when a team is struggling, we've seen it, and for Jim Tracy, he said it about Tulowitzki and about Helton, they maintain their strike zone, and that's true for Joey Votto too. Even with the Reds struggling, he won't bite. He'll make you throw a strike.
Well, this is the case, however, when you've got a couple of guys on base due to base on balls, and you're a left-handed hitter like Jay Bruce, and Jay's been struggling a little bit. He's hit the ball harder the last couple of days, however. No reason to just work the count right here. If you get a fastball down the middle, you go ahead and lay some wood to it.
2 on, 1 out. Bruce at the plate. Todd Frazier on deck. Frazier, one of the heroes from yesterday in a Reds come from behind victory to end a road trip that was underwhelming. against Houston and the Cubs, where the Reds had hoped to win 4 or 5. They won only 2. That's a strike. So 0-2. Night game tonight, night game tomorrow, night game Wednesday, then a day game on Thursday before the weekend series here at Great American. Then the Reds hit the road again, heading to Washington. That's dribble foul to the right side.
Well, they're keeping the fastball on Jay Bruce. Maybe after that first swing and foul straight back where he was just a hair late, they're getting the idea that Hamill's fastball at 93, 94 miles an hour is enough to get it by Bruce. Hamill keeps shaking off the breaking ball and trying to get Iannetta to throw the fastball, or at least to okay the fastball.
Hit pretty good, going back to right. That's going to be gone. Now I'm hitting him at home again, says Jay Bruce. Finally a home run at home. Number 22 on the year, and the Reds take an early 3-0 lead.
Taking advantage of a hanging breaking ball on an 0-2 count. They went through the entire repertoire of pitches from Jason Hamill. You see where Iannetta wanted it, down and inside. He hangs it out on the outer third, and Jay Bruce goes down to get it. And just like that, the Reds lead 3-0.
Next pitch, this one bounced by Frazier to second, and they'll get an out. That's our New York Life safe at home. Jay Bruce, safe at home, safe and secure. New York Life. That's a swing and a half, Chris.
Well, you know what? He really showed great patience on that. Maybe he thought sometime in that at bat he was going to get a breaking ball. But, you know, the whole idea of being a good hitter is that when you get a mistake pitch by a pitcher, you don't foul it off. You don't miss it and pop it up in the infield. You drill it. That's exactly what he did. That's got to feel awfully good for Jay.
A couple of months worth of good.
Hey, get him hot right now like he was in the month of May. You know what you can do when you have a May like Jay Bruce had. I mean, it ought to give him the confidence to know that it's in him. And he's got that kind of talent. He just needs to be able to focus it, get it to the top, and bring it to the table more often.
Here's Drew. Boy, does he like Chicago. Another homer for him there yesterday. Stubbs will take a punch out here, but the Reds do some business. Boy, those walks will haunt. Walk to Lewis. Walk to Votto. Boom. Jay Bruce goes deep. 3-0 Reds. Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. He's serious about offense, isn't he? Dave Chappelle, his numbers from Billings all the way through Dayton and Sarasota, close to 300. 342 in 2010 when he was the minor league hitter of the year in the Reds organization. In spring training, Chris, you saw him every time he stepped to the plate. He was hitting line drives everywhere. And then at Louisville, 300 this year.
Well, George, really from here on up, these are the ones you look at. Low minor league numbers. Everybody in the major leagues probably had good numbers in the minors, in the low minors. But when you continue to do it in big league spring training, you carry it on over to AAA, where it's your first really taste of AAA on a full-time basis, and you do it there. It gives you some reason to be proud. It gives you some reason also to keep a good eye on that young man.
Elk Storylines brought to you by Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. 1-800-ELK, Ohio. So Homers take to a 3-0 lead. Will face Todd Helton. Helton 2 for 6 against Homer. In his career against the Reds, 324 and 14 home runs. And here at Great American Ballpark, also over 320. I mean, wherever you look, you put a 3 in against him offensively. There's a base hit through the infield into center field. Is he a Hall of Famer, Chris?
I have to say he is, George, just based on the longevity of his career, how he's done it. Now, a lot of naysayers are going to say, hey, he played in Colorado and Denver before they had the humidor, when the ball was flying so much higher. But nowadays, when you have a 323 batting average lifetime, 15 years in the big leagues, almost 350 home runs, I think those are the kind of numbers that I would put him in the Hall of Fame, yes.
My book, he sure is, not just for those numbers, but for the way he's played the game, the leadership he's provided. Here's Seth Smith with Helton on first. He's won 3 Gold Gloves. Now, the thing that amazes you, and you were in a clubhouse, Chris, he came up as a rookie. And in his rookie season, they named him the player rep. I mean, how often have you seen that for a young player to gain the respect of the veteran players surrounding him? This one hit pretty good to right, going back, forget it. That's going to be a 2-run homer, and it's a 1-run ball game. Well, Seth Smith in double figures with his 10th home run, and it's 3-2.
Sometimes you get home runs in this ballpark that would not be home runs elsewhere because it can give up some cheapies, but neither of the ones that we've seen tonight are cheap ones, and they're almost identical spots in the strike zone. Jay Bruce jumped on a thigh high on the outer third of the plate breaking ball. That was a thigh high outer third fastball.
Well, they're not waiting on anything. Swinging early in the count, Wigginton bangs one into center. That's the 3rd hit of the inning. So after getting through the first with only a hit batsman, a single, a homer, and a single here in the second, still nobody out. And here comes Iannetta, who's been red hot. Iannetta on that list of catchers who could be a free agent at the end of this year. His average this season in at 245 with the 12 homers and 41 knocked in. Now you look at his numbers and compare it to other catchers. He's in the top 3 or 4 over the last 3 years since he started to perform on almost a regular basis. I mean, there's Brian McCann and everybody else.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I mean, forget number 1. Just go to 2, 3, 4, and 5.
As far as offensively, you're right about that.
There goes the runner. This one foul down the right field line.
Well, Iannetta, you said that he was hot, George. That is maybe the understatement of the year, because in the 3-game series against the Washington Nationals, he picked up 8 hits, scored 3 runs, and he was a big part of that offense. I mean, he was 4 for 5 yesterday. So that's one of the things that you want to know when you're a starting pitcher. Not necessarily only what the guy's tendencies are or not, but tell me who's the hottest. Tell me who's really seeing the ball right now, and I'll make sure that I pitch them especially tough.
Runner not going this time. That's away. And Iannetta is the perfect. You alluded to it initially about Todd Helton. When he first came up, he had the high average and won a batting title at home. That was before the humidor. And in Iannetta's case, last 10 games, 464. At home, he hits 326 rather. On the road, only 184. So the worlds of difference, and there over the years have been a host of Colorado players that have had similar numbers. Helton's been pretty solid home and road, but there have been a lot of other Colorado players that have benefited from the Mile High City.
Well, yeah, more so in the past than probably now, but certainly the breaking ball that you see in Denver is not as sharp as what you see at sea level.
Just missing. Bailey shrugs as if to say, where was that? 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's still looking in right now to Ramon Hernandez, wants to know where it was. That fielder in Culbreth behind the plate didn't like it. Looked pretty good.
2 words and 2 shakes, not the way to endear yourself to the home plate umpire.
No, they'd rather you pay no attention to him at all. And it really shouldn't bother them, but they're human beings.
Like it didn't bother you.
Well, yeah, like it didn't bother you. Good point.
Who was the umpire that you thought had it in for you?
All of them.
All of them. He got him.
The true answer to that is Paul Runge. And it's because I showed him up one day, and it wasn't until years later that I talked to him about it and apologized.
You had retired by then?
I was actually batting, and he struck me out on a pitch I thought was a ball, and I kind of walked between him and the batter and hit the bottom of the bat on the dirt. And I said, I wish I could get that pitch when I'm pitching. Well, I walked back to the dugout. I turned around. He was right behind me, followed me all the way, and he said, what'd you say, Rook? I said, nothing, sir. But, you know.
Like you say, pitchers are humans, so are umpires. Huh?
Exactly right. I think you have to give a guy a little bit of a break when you're a pitcher. You're not going to get every marginal pitch that goes your way. And if you let it get into your head early on, you're going to battle not only the other team, but you're going to be battling the demons in your head and that umpire.
Hamill shows bunt. 1 ball and 1 strike. And I think after watching your whole career on the field and off the field, I mean, umpires, just as teammates test other teammates, umpires test players to see how they'll react. 1 ball, 1 strike. There goes the runner. It's fouled off.
Well, the Reds are playing such a tight defense right here. They're bringing Todd Frazier in hard from third base. Joey Votto rushing in. They're going to try to get Wigginton at second right here. He's not an especially fast runner, and unless it's a real good bunt, they've got a chance to get the lead runner, maybe even 2.
Jim Tracy trying to get something going offensively, has tried a lot of different things of late, especially on the road. Showing bunt, he'll foul it off, and that'll take care of Jason Hamill. So it's his 2nd consecutive strikeout, 2 away, and back to the top of the order, Dexter Fowler. Hey, don't forget, you can get ready for Reds action 30 minutes before every game with the Emmy Award-winning Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. You want it, we've got it. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro, Kent Dreamweaver will keep you up to date on what's happening day in and day out. In-depth features, interviews, Chris's Tech Talk series, Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Fowler fly to center first time up. Homer cruised through the first, but a leadoff single by Helton through the middle of the infield. A homer by Smith made it 3-2. Then another single through the middle of the infield by Wigginton. 3 hits in the inning. That's a little low.
You know, the one thing about Dexter Fowler, and he's kind of an unusual build for a leadoff hitter. He's a big guy. They've got him listed as 6'4". I'd say he's more like 6'5". But he's got a very good eye at the plate. He sees a lot of pitches, and he really does make the pitcher work for what you would think would be a big strike zone.
Don Baylor raved about this young man when he was the hitting coach in Denver and he first came up. He said he's just got to make that swing a little shorter. Here's the 3-1 Wigginton going. They never even looked at him. Fouled off, and it's full 3-2.
Well, making a swing short when you're 6'4" or 6'5" and 190 pounds. I mean, he looks like more of a pitcher's build. In fact, he's built like Homer Bailey, a lot more than it would be a typical leadoff hitter. And that's an awfully tough thing to do. There aren't that many tall hitters that are able to have a nice short swing. Those that do are going to have big league careers that last a while.
Backhanded by Votto. Bailey there taps the bag. He gets the Speedy Fowler by half a step. 2-run homer by Seth Smith, though, makes this a 1-run game. Stubbs, the Ramon Hernandez will lead it. We see you sitting on the couch right now on FoxSportsOhio.com. Chat with our Hall of Fame baseball writer Hal McCoy. Plus, get connected with Fox Sports Ohio's Game Connect, the ultimate second screen experience. It's only on FoxSportsOhio.com, presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and SafeAuto.com. Great to have Hal on our pregame show with Jim Day and Jeff Pecoro. I like his hairdo. Nadine got him modernized, huh?
Worked for Don King.
Yeah, but Don, didn't he plug his finger into the wall socket?
I think Hal may have too much electricity working through that man cave of his.
He's the best. They don't get anybody better. Man. Here's Ramon to lead it off as we go to the bottom of 2. Giannis and Bailey due to follow. Ramon against Hamble. 529. And against this Colorado organization, 302 for his career. You keep hearing the rumors, Chris, and that, you heard them before the July 31st trading deadline. And the rumors surrounding Ramon Hernandez were that if a team in a pennant race that needed a catcher were to come calling, that he might be dealt.
Well, I think as long as the Reds felt that they were in the race, and they believe that they still are, they're not ready to roll up the white flag yet, that they wanted to keep their most offensive productive catcher. And believe me, I'm sure they got some pretty good offers if they were to sit down and listen for Ramon Hernandez. And there's no questioning that the fact that they've got young Devin Mesoraco down in the minor leagues, and from everybody I've spoken with, they say he's the real deal. But you've got a veteran up here that is a really good offensive player. Why do you want to mess it up right now while you're in the race?
Dave, from where he was in Baltimore, you look at the last 3 years. I mean, I've been so impressed with the way he's conducted himself here in Cincinnati, both defensively into the game calling and what his pitching coaches wanted him to do, and offensively the spark that he's given the Reds time and time again. And no doubt that he can help someone along the road, and in all probability it's unlikely that he'll be back next year with the Reds. Here's Paul Janisch in at 279. This one's skied to the right side, rather 229. Under it is the center fielder Fowler. He'll squeeze it for one away. That'll bring up Bailey and gives us a chance to check our Honda standings update for you. In the Central, this is one of those rare weeks, Chris, where the Reds fans will have to root for the Cardinals.
It's hard to do, but you have to do it anyway. Yeah, you know what? Really, that would make it most opportune for the Reds to get back into it. Obviously, they're ahead of the Pirates finally, and they need to get some distance between them and the Pirates. But they just have to put wins on the board, really. Regardless of who's ahead of them, by how many games, you just got to start putting W's up there and then let the standings take care of themselves.
3-game series between the Cardinals and the Brewers. I mean, the Reds would hope to win here, and if the Cardinals can do some business, they can narrow that gap in the Central.
You know, it's interesting, George. I can tell you as a former player that guys don't go into the clubhouse every day and the first thing they do is they pick up the standings and they analyze how far you are behind and who you have to play and what teams are under 500, what teams are over 500. A lot of times they don't learn that stuff until somebody from the press goes up and tells them. They come here ready to play. They want to know who's pitching. They want to know where they're batting, what the job is for today. And I think that that's what they have to keep focused on. Dusty Baker's got to keep them on a day-to-day focus.
1 ball to Lewis, who walked first time up. 2 Hopper down to second. Ellis has it. That'll take care of Lewis. The Reds strand a runner. The 3-run homer by Bruce still holding up. It's a 3-2 game. From Dusty and talking to our Kent Dream Weaver after the game in Chicago when the youngsters came up and contributed for a victory. They're not here to paint, they're here to play ball, and they sure did. The youngsters, 4 of them making their major league debuts. Todd Frazier, a couple of good plays and a couple of big hits. Dave Chappelle, same story, his first major league hit. Yonder Alonso, his first home run, sitting next to Dave there. In case they did have work to do, Chris, do you have anything you needed inside?
They don't do outdoor work? Me neither.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I love to do around the house. Painting isn't one of them.
I thought he meant finger painting.
There's another bullet back through the middle. Mark Ellis gets a single and a leadoff hit here in the 3rd. Started to sprinkle here at Great American Ballpark. There are some storms in and around the downtown area. By the way, we want to congratulate Doug Gallant and his grounds crew. First, we want to congratulate the Reds. What a tremendous moment for the city of Cincinnati and for Great American Ballpark. The Paul McCartney concert, some 50,000 fans here. It was a marvelous concert. Strick, he was pretty good, huh? 3 hours worth of McCartney. You knew every song. Jim Strickler did. Everybody we talked to said it was just a very special night. And you know, I talked to Jenny Niehaus, the operator, telephone operator at the switchboard for the Reds, and she said, you know, I mean, very often you'll get complaints for this or for that. She said 50,000 people here. I got no complaints. Nobody called. They all had a great time. High in the air to right. Back goes Giannis. He's camped under it. He's got it. So congratulations to Bill Castellini, to Declan Mullen, to Doug Gallant for getting this field back into shape. I mean, there are a couple areas where they had to reside, but it's in pretty good shape, Chris.
I'll tell you what, George, we just came from Wrigley Field where they had 2 nights of McCartney up there in Chicago, and that field looked terrible. Down each of the baselines, it was soggy and torn up, and you know, you could really see that there was something going on there. Here, you know, you could see some patches here, but it looks like, and according to the players that were out there, it's very smooth. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Certainly the infield is not going to suffer at all. So right back to baseball without a blip.
Stage was out in the outfield, and they also had a cover that protected the grass and allowed the grass to breathe. There's a couple of areas that had to be resodded, but I mean, the guys worked tirelessly after the concert, and it's, for this time of the year, the field's in outstanding shape.
Well, it's been a tough summer for grass, that's for sure.
Can't find it, but Giannis will. Bruce couldn't find it, lost it in the lights momentarily. Giannis bailed him out.
Maybe lost it in some of the raindrops that are beginning to sprinkle down just a little bit here.
So they get Tulowitzki, a big out. They've gotten him to pop out twice, and here comes Todd Helton, who singled in the second to lead off the second. That was followed by the home run by Seth Smith, the 2 runs that the Rockies have. Ellis, a good base runner, not a great base stealer. But the way the Rockies are right now, very similar to where the Reds are. Jim Tracy trying to push every button he can to ignite some offense. Trace flashes his signs to his third base coach, Rich Dower. Glenn Allen Hill down in the first base coach's box. Loop to the left side, it'll be in the seats. For Trace, this is always a homecoming. Mom's here, brother's here, whole bunch of family. What a solid person, Chris.
Always upbeat, and I think that's his biggest challenge this year. You know, a lot of people pick this Colorado Rocky team to be the best in the West. They've underachieved. They've had some tough injuries. Their pitching early on was very, you know, spotty. And I think the fact that he's just trying to keep these guys and their focus going in the right direction is sometimes the toughest job for a manager. I think the same thing can be said for Dusty Baker right now. You know, you look at the standings and you're 9.5 games back and you're thinking, man, oh man, did we blow the opportunity that we had to make up the ground and get back in this race? Well, if you're the job of the manager, you're certainly not going to give up. And both these guys are positive, but Jim Tracy, who I've known for a long, long time, is just about as positive a guy as you'll ever find.
Homer slipped on delivery, and take another look. You can see as the rain has muddied up the mound a bit. It's one thing if you're a short stepping 5'10" pitcher, but when you're this size and you got that much of a stride, that little bit of mud can wreak havoc with a pitcher.
Well, you're right about that, but that stride is also what makes him have a chance of being an outstanding pitcher. The closer you are to home plate when you release the ball, the less time the hitter has to react. Little
bigger lead for Ellis, 2-2. Well, he's zipping liners either way. This one's foul to the right.
This is really what's always amazing about Todd Helton, is that even though he holds his hands very high, and it looks like when he sets up that barrel of the bat is a long way from the strike zone, he's able to get that bat head right into the bat zone without any kind of a loop. I mean, he gets it right there. Very short swing. You know, you think you look at him right there and you say, I can pitch this guy inside and get him out. He'll unjam you.
Rocketed foul off the glass. That woke up some folks having dinner.
So really what you end up with when you're pitching against a guy like Todd Helton, who is so quick to the ball on the inside part of the plate, is that, you know, all great hitters fall in the same category. You can't pitch them any one way. You have to change speeds and change spots in the strike zone.
And he'll spoil your best pitch. This will be the 8th pitch of this at bat. You talked about the long arms of Dexter Fowler, and this former quarterback at the University of Tennessee, exactly the opposite. Short, strong arms for Todd Helton. So he can stay inside the ball a lot more easily than the big swing of a Dexter Fowler. Supremely conditioned. He's had back problems, but has found a way to manage the pain and manage flexibility with an exercise regimen that's really second to none. Full count, 3-2 away. Ellis will be off from first. Loop to left center. That's going to hit the dirt, and that'll get a run in. They're sending him from third, rounding third, coming to the plate, scoring easily will be Ellis. So you go to decision time at 3-2, and with the runner moving, Ellis scores on a long single to left center.
Well, he just kept battling and battling. Todd Helton did. You run to 3-2. Now you get the runner on the move, and Homer Bailey throws a breaking ball down the zone, called out of the plate. I mean, this is what Todd Helton has been doing to pitchers for, it seems like, a decade and a half. And he rifles it in left center field, picks up a run, and all of a sudden we've got a tie ball game.
So Helton's 2 for 2 and a run batted in. We're now tied at 3, and here's Smith, who's homer, plated the first 2 for the Rockies last inning. Down the left field line, curving, it'll be out of play. Been one of those years, hasn't it? Nothing easy for the Reds. You jump out to a 3-0 lead. Last year, all of a sudden that lead was 5-0, 6-0, then 6-1. Got in on him a little bit, but will he have enough? Back, Bruce looking up. It's a 2-home run game for Seth Smith. Homers 10 and 11 for Smith. The 2-run shot gives the Rockies a 5-3 lead.
Well, you talked about body type, how short the arms are that Todd Helton has, how quick to the ball. Same for Seth Smith. If you come inside to him, you better get it way inside. Inner third is not enough. That looked like a little bit of a cut fastball right there. He jumped on a fastball the first time up. This time he gets another one, and he launches him just about the same spot. Home runs number 10 and 11 for the Rockies left fielder.
Well, the manager of the Rockies, Jim Tracy's been looking for somebody to provide some offensive power, and Smith is tonight. The 72nd and 73rd homers of the year for Colorado. I mean, compare that to the Reds. They've got 73. The Reds have 93. Coming into tonight, 94 with a home run by Bruce. And that's in a home run ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And go back to the at bat by Helton, Chris. And you're within a pitch of getting out of it. Helton fouls off 5. Goes to an 8-pitch at bat, and finally delivers a base hit to prolong the inning.
Well, if that's the only hit they get in the inning, then you tip your hat to Todd Helton and say, all right, you go off the mound as tied 3-3. But it's a battle. I mean, the guy behind Helton is battling just as hard as Helton is. And Seth Smith, obviously, he's got a pretty good eye at the plate, seeing the ball coming out of Homer's hands pretty good, and has put 2 real good swings on the ball.
I think it's pretty clear that the status of the mound has bothered Homer a bit in the latter stage of this inning.
I agree with you. I mean, you can see him kind of walking around there a little bit, and it is very aggravating. I'll tell you, you get off the dirt area right there, and then your cleats get wet on the grass, and then they get a big clumps of dirt in those cleats, and you have no feel for your footing. You land with your landing foot, and it slides a little bit, and it throws you off, and you miss your spot and your target.
Wigginton skies it to left. Lewis under it. Fred will squeeze it, but the damage done. A run-scoring single from Helton, a 2-run homer from Smith, and the Rockies lead at 5-3. Great American Ballpark. Register for your chance to win at an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. By the way, we'd like to wish Ed Rudder a happy 70th birthday today. Ed from Annville, Pennsylvania, great Reds fan, never misses a broadcast, and you're going to have to watch a little longer today, Ed, while you're blowing out your birthday candles, because we've got a bit of a rain delay. The rain coming down hard at this moment. Doug Gallen went out and talked to Gary Cederstrom right at the end of the inning and said it's coming, and boy was he right. They just about got the tarp on when the heaviest rain started to come down here at Great American Ballpark. So we're going to have a rain delay for a period of time, with the Rockies 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors, leading the Reds 3 runs, a hit, and no errors. If you just joined us, in the bottom of the first inning in a scoreless game, Fred Lewis walked, Joey Votto walked, then Jay Bruce hit his 22nd homer to make it 3-0 Cincinnati. Homer Bailey then went out in the second, gave up a hit to Helton and a homer from Seth Smith. That made it 3-2. The Reds still had the lead. And then in the third, a base hit by Ellis, a base hit by Helton with 2 outs and a 3-2 count with Ellis running. Tied the game at 3, and then Smith hit his second homer to make it 5-3, and that's where we are right now. Up street ball, and we'll hang in here, keep you up to date on what's happening. Colorado leads at 5-3. Next up, ball up street ball. George Grand, Chris Welch, Jeff Pecoro, and Jim Day, as we are about ready to play some baseball after working on both the left field line and the right field line. Gary Cederstrom came up and talked to Dusty Baker, talked to Jim Tracy, and said, are you comfortable with the field? If you are, we'll get Hamill rolling, and as soon as he's ready to go, we're ready to go. They nodded their agreement, and we're ready to play some baseball as Edgar Renteria will lead it off as we go to the bottom of the third inning, with the Colorado Rockies leading 5-3. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Rockies. 3 runs and 1 hit and no errors for the Cincinnati Reds. The scoring, the 3-run home run from Jay Bruce gave the Reds a 3-0 lead. A 2-run home run from Seth Smith after a base hit by Todd Helton in the second made it 3-2. And then in the third, a base hit by Mark Ellis, and then a run scoring hit by Todd Helton made it 3-3. And then another 2-run home run from Seth Smith made it 5-3. That's where we are. And Hamill is back on the mound. And Chris, we've seen different pitching coaches do different things. In most cases, with a younger pitcher, they'll wait every 15 or 20 minutes during a rain delay and have him do some soft toss underneath, but he looked like he was ready to go.
He does, and he's going to be victimized right here by a little 2-strike swing from Edgar Renteria. You know, in my opinion, George, this first inning back after a long rain delay, it was an uncertain start time. First it was 9 o'clock, then it was 9:15, then it was 9:30. All of a sudden, you're ready to play baseball as soon as the pitcher warms up. And Edgar Renteria was not ready on the first couple of pitches that he saw, but he's adjusted in this at bat. You're back to playing real Major League Baseball right now, so it's all about your mindset. Getting ready, you've got to click right back into where you left off, because this game counts.
An hour and 34-minute rain delay, and Renteria greets him with a double, and that'll bring up Joey Votto. So Renteria on, no one out here in the bottom of the third. The other side of this is who will pitch for the Reds, and Sam LeCure is up loosening in the bullpen for Cincinnati, so it does not appear that Homer Bailey will be coming back. But first things first, here's Joey, who walked first time up, and he scored on the home run by Bruce. The hit by Renteria, only the Reds' second. In that 3-run first, Lewis walked, Votto walked, and then Bruce hit his 22nd home run. So here's Joey, last year's most valuable player. In his career, he's hit well against Colorado, over 300 at 329 with a couple of home runs. That's wide. Against Hamill, he's only 1 for 9 with that walk that occurred his first time up.
Yeah, but you know, if you watch Joey Votto in the box, he really appears like he sees the ball well coming out of Hamill's hand. I mean, even those pitches that are close that he's taking for balls, he's not flinching a bit. Great opportunity right here on a 2-1 pitch to do some damage.
It's nubbed to left. It's going to stay in the park, well in front of the warning track. Smith is under it. He's got it. The runner will hold at second. So Joey flies out for the first out of the bottom of the third. And trying to knock the mud out of his cleats, Renteria heads back to second. Well, here's Bruce. Jay's 22nd homer in the first gave the Reds that 3-0 lead. Here's another look at it if you missed it.
Well, it was an 0-2 pitch, and Jason Hamill tries to come inside with a breaking ball, and he hangs it right out over the plate, and Jay Bruce is all over it. Hamill got ahead 0-2 on fastballs. I would imagine he's going to go right back to the heater here to start Bruce off.
That's down low for a ball.
That's his changeup. And there's not a lot of difference as far as speed between Jason Hamill's changeup and his fastball. Fastball 93, changeup at 87. That might be one of his problems.
That's a rocket into right. That's a base hit. They're going to send the runner, Renteria, around third. Here comes a throw to the plate. It will not be in time. He snuck in for the score. The throw a little bit wide behind the plate. That's all Renteria needed to get the spikes in, and Jay Bruce has his 4th run batted into the night.
He's driven them all in so far for the Reds. This was a rocket shot, looking for a fastball. Jay Bruce turns on it right here. Edgar Renteria, of course, is very sloppy running out there. And look where Iannetta is to catch that ball. He's on the first base side of home plate. because that ball was thrown on the first base line, he couldn't get in position where he could block the plate, and Edgar Renteria had a free slide.
That guy right there, 8 assists. He's got a rocket arm, good solid defender, and he did about everything he could do. Remember, the grass is wet, and in that particular area where he caught the ball, there still is not standing water, but it's very sloshy. But Renteria snuck in, and the Reds are back to within 1, 5-4. Here's Frazier, grounded out in the first. And for the remainder of tonight, field conditions will be a factor. The grass will remain wet, and in some areas the dirt will be clumpy. So any ground ball to the outfield, you'll see either Rich Dower, the third base coach for the Rockies, or Mark Berry, the third base coach for the Reds, probably take a risk on this night where they might not on another night. No balls, 2 strikes.
Of course, base coaches have to consider sloppy running too. I mean, you're not going to scoot around the bases anywhere near as fast, even though they got the tarp on the field. You're playing out there in mud, not hard dirt like you are when the normal start of a ball game.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Frazier. Todd has played throughout his amateur career at short, and once you're a shortstop, you always consider yourself a shortstop. And in most cases, when you are a shortstop, you are the best athlete on your team, whether it be high school, little league, or college. And he usually was. Comes from a great baseball and athletic family. Here's a 1-2 in the dirt. Great block by Iannetta. Boy, that exploded in front of him. And you talk about perfect mechanics, Chris. Here it is.
Well, Jason Hamill's been trying to get a handle on that curveball for 3 hours now, from the time he started warming up before the regular ball game started until now. Iannetta's got to move. Remember, when that ball hits the dirt, it's going to spin. You're going to really come off towards first base, and Iannetta knows that. That is textbook.
Hey, Frazier got the benefit. That might have been strike 3. That was. Swing and a miss. Second out of the inning, and Bruce still anchored at first. Here's another look.
Or sometimes you get away with a pitch up in the zone where you really want it down, and that was a high changeup. Looked so good, and you wonder how you came up empty.
So 2 away. Bruce still on, and here's Stubbs. Stubbs struck out first time up. Rocket left. Got it. Carney Lansford's the hitting coach for the Colorado Rockies, and some of the young Rockies stepped into the batting cage today for the first time. And he said, gentlemen, they talk about our park and the ball flying out of it. Get ready, because tonight we may see some, and so far we are. That's the 4th home run of the night.
Now this one is really walloped right here by Drew Stubbs, and it's one of these rare home runs as we take a look at that Expo brought to us by Performance Honda. One of the rare ones for Drew Stubbs where he actually pulls it to left field. Boy, all of a sudden you get Stubbs and Bruce hot. Stubbs hit the ball much better in the Chicago series. Bruce has hit it well over his last 3 games. That's the kind of offense we've been used to.
Drew Stubbs homer, 15 on the year now. And he admitted before the game today he loves to hit at Wrigley, and he's shown that time and time again. His home run this weekend, another example of it. Hernandez grounds out, but hey, the Reds have the lead back. 6-5 Cincinnati on Stubbs' 15th.
Baseball is brought to you by JTM Food Group, proudly serving America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world. JTM Food Group. By your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. By Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pepsi Max. Go to 2012springbaseball.com for a chance to win a trip for you and 9 friends.
Well, here are the numbers on this one now. 6 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Homers by Bruce and Stubbs. 5 runs, 6 hits for Colorado. 2 home runs from Seth Smith. How about Drew Stubbs, Chris?
I'll tell you what, he sprays that ball around, doesn't he, when it comes to home runs? But I thought I was right when I said that he hits most of his home runs to center or right field. A rare home run that we see him hit to left field. He got the bat head out working on that one. Well, it was Homer Bailey the start of the ballgame. He went the first 3 innings and gave up 5 runs. It'll be Sam LeCure out of the bullpen. The long man will take over right here. 27 times out on the mound now for the Missouri native.
So it's a brand new ball game. The Reds have the lead. Homer Bailey no longer figures in this one. He did pitch the first 3 and left trailing 5-3. The Reds have retaken the lead, and it's Sam LeCure's opportunity now to try to hammer this thing down.
I'll tell you one thing, Homer Bailey is going to wear out Brian Price tonight. Because you know what happens on the day you pitch. I mean, you wait all week to pitch.
You're right.
You do your bullpen work, you wait, and you get all sorts of rest the night before, and then you only go out and pitch 3 innings, and you're going to stay in uniform, and you're keyed up. And he's just going to talk, and Brian's going to kind of nod his head and say, yep, we're going to work on that in the bullpen.
Chris, you had 3 girls, 2 boys, you know, a great dad, a great parent, and he's a dad. That whole pitching staff, you got to listen and you got to be patient, don't you?
Your ears get awfully big when you're a pitching coach.
He's got the demeanor to do it, he has the knowledge to do it, and he has the work ethic to do it too. Brian Price, what a great addition he's been to the Reds organization. No balls, 2 strikes to the pitcher Hamill, who struck out first time up after Iannetta was retired for the first out. And how about Sam? Sam LeCure gets 2 quick outs here in the 4th. Back to the top of the order, Dexter Fowler, in time for AT&T trivia question. What 4 active players are their current franchise's all-time hits leader? Their all-time hits leader for their franchise. 4 active players. Our AT&T trivia question. Well, we talked about one of them earlier already.
Yeah,
that's
well,
Todd
that'll
Helton.
be pretty easy for you.
Todd Helton. And another one, a guy who picked up his 3,000th hit this year.
Exactly.
Jesse Jackson. Jesse, you're always a 3,000 hitter, man. So you got Jeter, you got Helton. Active players. How about this week? Michael Young picked up his 2,000th career hit with the Texas Rangers, and I think he's the only Texas Ranger to have 2,000 hits as a Ranger.
Good call there.
The other one's probably easy, and we're not thinking of it. Fowler flied out first time up.
You get me thinking with Texas, though, that it's going to be a franchise that hasn't been around a long time.
2 balls, 1 strike. Boy, this guy's been a benefit to this bullpen, hasn't he?
You know, he's sneaky fast, and I see this happen time and time again with Sam LeCure. He throws his fastball anywhere from 88 to 92, but he throws it right by hitters. He's got a quick arm. He kind of throws it from his shirt, tough to pick up. And he's got a lot of confidence in it. He's one of these right-handers that will pitch a left-handed hitter inside, back him off the plate, that ball come back and touch the inside corner. Tried to do it right there.
How about Chipper Jones?
There. See, I knew when you were vacationing down there in the Riviera, you were still getting the sporting news.
No, the river. next to Rhode Island. Clamming and fishing. That's it. Atlanta. Yeah, Aaron got Milwaukee and Atlanta more than the Braves. If it's the Braves franchise, it'll be Henry.
I see. Braves franchise. Okay. Well, that would leave the Nationals.
Full count, 3-2, 2 away. And there's ball 4. So Fowler, good speed is on, and this is a team that will continue to run. That'll bring up the second baseman, Mark Ellis.
You know, he's got good speed, Fowler does, but in looking at his numbers, his stolen bases 7, his throwouts 8, it seems like he's in situations where he's forced it more than he's taken advantage of maybe getting good jumps. LeCure's not easy to steal on.
Pretty quick move. Missing down and away.
But if you're Sam LeCure, though, Mark Ellis is your man. He's the guy that you are really going after right here, because after that you've got Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, and Helton, and you don't want to face them with a couple of runners on.
Well, as difficult a time as Homer had it, he got through Gonzalez and Tulowitzki. He hit Gonzalez once, but got him to pop up, got Tulowitzki to pop up twice. Helton was the man who started both rallies, a single in the second and a single in the third.
Yeah, that at bat that Helton had his second time up, well, that was a tough at bat for a pitcher.
There goes the runner. Here comes the throw. Good effort by Yanish on a throw in the dirt. It'll go as a stolen base for Fowler.
He's got a pretty good lead, not a great lead right there. It looks like even he slips on his first step. But big long legs, and he gets in there. The ball bounced on the way to the second base bag as Ramon Hernandez probably slipped right out of his hand.
It's a tying run in scoring position for Ellis. Ellis still grabbing that left knee.
Yeah, I think he may have skinned it.
Fowler rather at second. Ellis digs in. LeCure to the stretch. Outfield straight away at all 3 spots. Bruce a couple of steps in and right. Lewis in left and Stubbs in center in their normal spots. So a base hit to right. Bruce has a chance to throw him out. Probably not in the left or center. That plunked him.
Sam thought it was a foul ball, or at least a live ball right there. He's going to run down there and take it himself. Is it fair or foul? First base umpire Lance Barksdale says no. He thought maybe he swung at the pitch. I think that's what Sam LeCure is saying. Even the ball hit him. If you swing at the pitch and the ball hits you, it's a strike. So LeCure thinks that this is a swing right here. And that's why he went to get the baseball and tried to beat Mark Ellis down the line.
Even if it is, he deserves to get a base.
A tough strikeout right there.
He got drilled. So that's the second hit batsman tonight. Bailey hit Gonzalez in the first, and here comes Gonzalez up for the third time. And you're playing with fire at this part of this lineup whenever they come to the plate. Gonzalez off the DL. The average at 286 with 15 homers, 58 knocked in. He's become one of the brightest young stars in the game. Had to trade away Matt Holliday, traded him to Oakland, and the end result of that deal was this young minor leaguer who's become a star. Chris, he's something else.
Well, he's 25 years old, George. He'll be 26 in October, and he signed a 7-year contract back in January. That is some kind of faith that a team has in a ball player. You're going to give him that length of time.
Add a little, subtract a little, and way out in front is Gonzalez.
Had a monster year last year with 34 home runs, 117 knocked in. Stole 26 bags. I mean, he's an all-around player, no question. You've already mentioned how good he is in the outfield.
Ben is just ahead of Joey Votto, the league's MVP, in the batting race. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yes, sirree. Oh, on the money, on the hands. Sam LeCure gets out of the jam. Reds still lead at 6-5. Reds go back to work. Giannis will lead it off. Back to work. Reds to the plate. Jason Hamill goes to work as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Paul Giannis will lead it off. He flied to center first time up. 6 runs, 4 hits for the Reds, 5 runs, 6 hits for Colorado. If you joined us a little late, wondering why we're still chugging along here in the 4th inning, we had an hour and 34-minute rain delay. But Chris told us, don't worry, there's a window. The window has arrived.
Well, they were only pop-up showers, George, but man, did they bring some rain in a short time that they hovered over the stadium.
Missing on the inside part of the plate, 3-1. Again, to recap, Reds took a 3-0 lead in the 1st. Walks to Lewis and Votto. Homer by Bruce is 22nd. That's a liner right at Ellis. And don't forget, Kroger and the Reds are proud to team up to offer you a great value this season. Check concession stands throughout the ballpark for the Kroger Meal Deal, which includes a full-size adult hot dog, bag of chips, 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, a Danimals Coalition yogurt. All for just $7. That sounds good to me. Jesse, you like that? Oh, yes, sir. Here's Sam. LeCure 1 for 5 on the season. After the 3-run home run by Bruce, a 2-run shot by Seth Smith made it 3-2 in the 2nd. And then the Rockies took the lead on a run-scoring single by Helton and another 2-run home run from Seth Smith. That made it 5-3 Colorado. Reds came back, a run-scoring hit by Bruce. His 4th run batted in brought the Reds to within 1, 5-4. And then the 2-run home run by Stubbs, his 15th, has made it 6-5. So Seth Smith's had a pretty good night. So is Bruce. And so is Stubbs. Come for the Reds. Stay for more fun. Visit the new Penguin Palooza exhibit at Newport Aquarium. Make it a weekend getaway. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. Hamill will tap LeCure for the 2nd out of the inning. You got to figure, Chris, in the case of Homer Bailey, with the difficulty, the 2 stints with the balky shoulder, I don't think Paul Lessard, Brian Price, Dusty Baker wanted to take any chances at all coming back after the rain delay and put him in any hint of harm's way.
Yeah, I think you're right on it right there, George. That you know, you got a young pitcher like Homer Bailey, as we said before the ball game began. You know, he's only 25 years old. He was tonight making his 69th major league start. So, you know, you want to keep him healthy, because that's one thing that's been kind of sidetracking him a little bit along the way in his career. Something like tonight might do that. You know, you go in there for an hour and you get back up again, and it doesn't feel right, but you've got a lot of you know, you got a lot of desire in you, and you know Homer Bailey's a guy that wants to get out there and he wants to pitch, and you know, sometimes your heart's telling you to do something that your body shouldn't, and a lot of times a manager like Dusty Baker or Brian Price will say, you know what, we're not even going to let you make that decision, we'll make it for you.
Yep, wise decision. Here's Fred. Lewis walked and bounced out. That's a shot down to second. Ellis has it, and that'll do it. So the Reds go 1-2-3 for the first time tonight. They're clinging to a 6-5 lead. Tulowitzki due up. Summer sweepstakes means 100 days of great prizes. Text SUMMER to 37664 right now to be entered for all remaining giveaways, including today's prize, a home improvement care gift card and a car safety kit. Just text SUMMER to 37664 to enter. Message and data rates apply. Here's LeCure dealing to Tulowitzki, who popped to first and popped to second. Time for our Farmers Report card for tonight from Farmers Insurance. How about this guy, Chris? If you're having a draft today, he might be the first guy you'd pick.
Well, yeah, you might, but look at what he does in the second half compared to the first half of the year. I mean, he's a real finisher right there. If you just take a look at the batting average in that Farmers Insurance Report card, you see that he is a closer. 60 points higher. Of course, the home runs and RBIs up also in the second half of the year, and that's what they're hoping for here in Colorado. They're similar to the Reds. They're about 9 games back or so, but they think that they can put a rush on. They can get right back in it.
This one looped into center. That'll drop in front of Stubbs for a base hit.
You get a lot of those at Coors Field because the outfield plays so deep. You don't get nearly as many of those little jam shots here at Great American Ballpark because it's a smaller ballpark and outfielders play shallower. But he is so strong, Tulowitzki is, that a lot of guys would not even get that ball out of the infield.
6-game hitting streak for the Rockies shortstop. Speaking of long-term deals, he's got one too. So leadoff hitter on in the 5th, and here comes Helton. Talk about second half performance. Helton is the current leader in Major League Baseball for August batting average. He's hit over 350 throughout his career during the month of August. He's owned August. Tonight, 2 for 2. And a run batted in. The guy that you and I both knew very well, Chris, Larry Bernard, who was one of Bob Gebhardt's most trusted advisors when the Rockies were going into their first draft, the expansion draft. And the first couple of years they got rolling. Bernard ended up spending most of the year traveling around. He was a pitching coach for a while, but more importantly than that, he went around scouting players, scouting people. And I remember he called me one day when Todd Helton was playing in his rookie year in the minor leagues in Double-A and said, come on with me, I want to go take a look at this kid who I think is going to be pretty good. Helton wound up hitting about 350 that year in Double-A. He saw him, and the day we saw him, he went 4 for 4, and every ball was a line shot, 1 to left, 2 to center, and 1 to right, and he's still doing it 15 years later.
So they followed your advice and called him up?
He said, no, forget it, this kid will never hit. You know, Bernard had a great idea, though, too. And he told everybody who would listen, if you're going to win in Colorado, you need sinker ball pitchers. And I still think that really holds true.
Yeah.
You can't throw a breaking ball consistently there.
But you can hit one there.
Yep.
That's what Todd Helton has found out.
Pretty good pitch from LeCure.
Well, he's really working it around. You know, the amazing thing is that he can throw that fastball right by Todd Helton as long as it's a little bit above the strike zone. When you start getting it down around sternum high, waist high, around there, that's when Helton puts the wood to it.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Rip towards the corner. It is gone. Now he does it again. 3 for 3 is Helton. That's his 15th career home run against the Reds. And his August legacy continues. Number 17 drills a 2-run shot, and in his seesaw game, the Rockies have regained the lead 7-6. The only question was, would it be high enough? It was.
Well, he's trying to come inside right here and throw a fastball, and you see that ball catches the center of the plate, and he misses his spot over the center of the dish. And that's where Helton makes him pay. That is the same type of pitch that he threw to get Carlos Gonzalez out last inning with a couple of runners on base. In that case, he hit his spot, which was inside, just off the plate, and it came back and touched the inside corner. That's the danger of missing your spot over the dish as opposed to missing it off the plate.
So here we go again. Rockies with a 1-run lead. And here's Seth Smith. What a night he's had. 2 for 2, 2 2-run homers. They've tried him in 3 or 4 different spots in the lineup. This is apparently the place where he's most comfortable. While his overall average is 280, he's 304 from the 6th spot, and he's bumped that up today. And the night stays perfect as he walks here in the 5th. Out comes Brian Price to converge with Ramon Hernandez and give LeCure a little pep talk as they start to scramble around a bit in the bullpen for the Reds.
Well, you know, they need Sam LeCure to go out there and give us some innings right now, because the last few games have been very trying on the Reds bullpen. Dusty Baker doesn't want to blow his bullpen out here. There are no off days this week. They play 4-game set against the Rockies here. Then they have the Padres in for the weekend. You don't get a day off until Monday. And if you start working out on your bullpen here on Monday night, it's going to be a long week for those guys out there.
there's Ty Wigginton, who's 1 for 2. He singled back in the second. San Diego native digs in, playing third tonight. Very valuable bench player, good pinch hitter.
He's actually gotten a whole lot more time of playing time this year than maybe he thought he would coming into the season. Rockies have played 7 different players down at third base this year. Wigginton has nailed down the majority of the playing time.
I think you'd probably say that Jim Tracy also believes he's gotten more playing time down there than he expected.
Yeah.
The Hamilton, Ohio native on this road trip where the Rockies, just like the Reds, are trying to cling to hope in their division. Rockies start today 10 games back and 9 games under 500 in the West. The Reds 4 games under 500 and 9.5 back of Milwaukee in the Central. No balls, 2 strikes. Short lead for Smith. Nice block by Ramon.
Yeah, we've seen both catchers now make pretty nice catches on breaking balls moving away from them right there. If you don't move your whole body out there, you don't pick this ball up.
Yes, missing 2 and 2.
Yeah, they tease him every time with that breaking ball. He swung at a couple of them, and now he's got the count even. Mets, Pirates, Devil Rays, Astros, Orioles, and first year here with the Rockies.
Good teammate, hard worker, and good guy off the bench. 2-2. There's another guy that I don't know whether you had a chance to say anything about it, but I want to wish him the best. That's Matt Stairs, who retired this past week with the Washington Nationals. We've known him for a lot of years. Talk about a good teammate and a guy who was always helpful for young players and one of the best pinch hitters to play the game.
Never got cheated.
Nope.
Tell you that.
3-2. There goes the runner, and that is ball 4. So back-to-back walks.
Sam LeCure is just missing his spots a little bit, and it's cost him in this ball game. Let's go back to last inning when he needed a strikeout from Carlos Gonzalez. He wants to come inside with a fastball. Look at the action on that pitch, just the inside corner. Now, this inning with Todd Helton up, he wants to throw the same pitch, but instead of throwing it off the plate, it starts it on the plate, catches the inner third, and Todd Helton is there to lay the wood to it and hit a home run. Just goes to show you, I mean, those pitches are only about 4 inches apart. One goes for a strikeout, one goes for a 2-run bomb.
Well, they call it the major leagues, huh?
Yeah. It's a game of 4 inches.
Here's Iannetta, 0 for 2. A strikeout and a line drive out. Middle of the infield, double play depth. If you're joining us late again, hour and 34-minute rain delay. That's a grounder down to Votto. They'll get 1. The return to first. LeCure there, and they turn 2. Great job by Votto, Renteria, and by Sam LeCure, who got there in plenty of time.
You help yourself right there if you do a little PFP as a pitcher. Joey Votto makes sure that he gets 1 out right here. Watch how deliberate he gets right here. He steps, throws, and he throws a perfect strike to Edgar Renteria. Renteria does the rest, and by that time, LeCure's had a chance to get to first base.
Give Chris Spire credit, too, because on the pitch before, he moved over Votto, who was about 2 or 3 steps closer to the line, and he pushed him towards the second base bag, and it was right at him.
Yeah, that's something that we have seen the Reds do this year and other teams a lot also. I mean, maybe they're getting more and more precise as far as where players hit the ball, but we see Votto off that line so much more than ever before. that very few times do you see a right-handed hitter hit that ball between, you know, the first baseman and the first base bag.
You saw Joey move back 2 more steps after Spire motioned to him, and that's Chris Spire. He reads a swing much like a pitcher would. They'll read an at bat, read a hitter, and react to that. Here's Chris Nelson pitch hitting for the pitcher. So runner at third with 2 away now. Infield back at regular depth. And again, if you joined us late, Paul Janisch is playing second. Brandon Phillips not in the lineup today. Still in that achy breaky state after the collision. He's got a bat in hand. He is prepared to pinch hit if needed. Hey, BP. They could be taking him to the electric chair. He'd still be smiling, wouldn't he? That's a dribbler. Can they make the play? Off balance throw. Got him. Nice job. Sam LeCure helps himself twice defensively. A hit, a homer, and the Rockies have taken a 1-run lead. Ballpark Sunday, August the 14th. First 10,000 kids 14 and younger receive a Jay Bruce back to school kit thanks to Cincinnati Bell. And don't forget to take advantage of the Meyer Family Day deal. Buy 1 ticket at full price, get half off the rest. For tickets to see your Reds and Padres, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. That's Sunday, August the 14th, 2 days before that most hallowed day, Chris. Jesse Jackson's birthday.
Oh.
Tuesday, August the 16th.
We don't have much time to get him out and get that new car he wanted, George, with a big trunk.
You were looking for, I saw you scourging around for giveaways. Is that the birthday present you're planning for him?
He's got to have something to store all that stuff.
Here's Edgar. Fly to left first time up, double to right in the third, and scored on the base hit by Jay Bruce. Here's Matt Reynolds, the new pitcher. Reynolds, one of 2 lefties. This one dribbled wide to third. Wigginton has it. Renteria's retired, and there's 1 away. So this lefty takes over. Matt Reynolds, the second pitcher after Hamill went 4 innings and allowed the Reds 6 runs on 4 hits. In the right side of the bullpen, former Red Matt Belisle is in the bullpen. And another former Red, Josh Renicky, just called up in time for this series in the bullpen, along with Rafael Betancourt, who's the Reds have seen a lot of over the years. Escalona, Lindstrom, and of course Houston Street, the closer. The big lefty delivers to Joey Votto, who walked and flied out 0 for 1. That's a lefty-lefty matchup, but doesn't mean much to Votto, who hits .364 against lefties. That breaking ball hung up high. It's 2-1. 5 of his 21 homers have come off lefties as well.
You know, in a way, Joey Votto reminds you a lot of Todd Helton. Not the way they set up, but the way in a particular bat, he will foul off a lot of pitches just to stay alive to the point where he can finally get a pitch that he can handle.
That's ball 4. Votto walks for the second time.
Well, he talked Field and Culver's right into that one.
So the tying run marches down to first here in the 5th, and here comes Jay. Bruce homered his 22nd of the year in the first, a 3-run shot. Singled in the Reds' 4th run in the 3rd, so he's 2 for 2. Bruce hitting in the 4th spot tonight. Todd Frazier on deck. Lindstrom coming in on these lefties. Having a tough time finding the strike zone, though. Big, herky, jerky, awkward motion. Has to be difficult to pick the ball up. High in the air to left. Will it have enough carry? Gonzalez at the warning track will have room. Just under it, and Votto's going to try to pick his pocket, and he'll get nailed at second. Votto trying to run on a guy who's got one of the best arms in the league, and Gonzalez picks up his 9th assist of the season. It's a fly out, throw him out, double play. American Ballpark this season. Penn Station East Coast subs find a Penn Station location near the Reds fan zone and behind section 413. Enjoy all the baseball action while eating a Penn Station signature sub and authentic fresh cut fries. To see your Reds, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. So a potential tying run nailed at second, and we won't know till afterwards, but it just appeared that maybe 3/4 of the outfielders, the right fielders in the league, you might try that on, but not on Carlos Gonzalez, Chris.
I'm still having a hard time believing what I just saw. Jose Arredondo, 32 games for this right-hander. The Reds rehabbed him after they gave him Tommy John surgery. 27 years old now. High, long fly ball by Jay Bruce. And about halfway down, Joey Votto's figuring, I think I'm going to try to pick the pocket of Carlos Gonzalez. Yep, he's got one of the best arms in the league, but he probably will never think that I'm going to go right here. But that's a 3/4 effort throw by Gonzalez, and he throws it on a perfect one-hop shot to second base, and Joey Votto's out from here to Mount Adams. You know, I like the way the guy hustles.
Nice
idea. He hustled yesterday in a ball game on a drop fly in the outfield by Marlon Byrd that kind of opened the gates a little bit for the Reds. A lot of players would only have been on first base. Joey Votto hustled, and he ended up on second base. And in my opinion, at the time, we said it was a big play of that ball game. Sometimes you make good judgments, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah, I think, Chris, the Reds know how important this stage of the season is, and what Joey was trying to do this weekend was maybe ignite something, light a fire, trying to do it again. Just a wrong read against the wrong guy.
Wrong guy. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing.
I mean, the guy's he's going to be one of the league leaders in assists every year, no matter where he plays, center, left, or right. That's his 9th this year already, and that's with time on the disabled list. If it works, it's a great play.
Well, I think when it works, George, and if you're an amateur player at home, you're thinking, all right, well, when should I go and when shouldn't I? We don't have scouting reports on those players. Well, you go when it's going to take a perfect throw to make you out. If a mediocre throw gets you out, it's not a good play.
And as you look at the replay, it appears here's Ellis at the plate. He's 1 for 2 and hit by a pitch. In the air, right center. Who will get there? Ooh. Almost dropped between the two of them. Stubbs stopped. Bruce almost stopped. And Jay stuck out the glove and hauls it in. Take another look.
I wonder if Drew Stubbs is a little bit contact shy after he ran into Brandon Phillips the other day in Chicago. Did not want to have another collision and kind of pulled up on that one. That's clearly his ball because the center fielder is a captain of the outfield. He takes whatever he wants.
But 2 away, and here is Gonzalez. Back to the Gonzalez throw. It looked as if, and only a player of Gonzalez caliber, I mean, maybe a Jeff Francoeur too with his arm, but it looked as if he was starting to throw it in nonchalantly, but in almost mid-motion. He put a little giddy up on it and threw a 3/4 speed perfect strike to second.
Well, a good outfielder like that is going to take an assessment of what's going on as soon as the ball is caught. And maybe Joey Votto just left a bit too soon. You know, if you wait to see whether that ball is a nonchalant throw, then you've got a chance. But you can't telegraph it.
That rolls into center, a base hit for Gonzalez. That's his first hit after 0 for 2 and being hit by a pitch.
Now, I wonder if they're going to have a conversation down there.
I think so.
I mean, who would be the first to talk right here? Would Gonzalez say to Votto, well, Joey, you might have been the MVP, but I got you.
In Gonzalez's case, does he think Joey was trying to show him up? That's the other side of it. I don't think so.
No, I don't think that. Joey's not that kind of player.
No. They're talking. Look, maybe you beat me out for the batting title last year, but and he said, well, maybe you beat me out as the MVP, but I got you at second. Little bigger lead for Gonzalez.
Oh, that would be a payback.
Compete. That's what the game is about. You know,
at every level.
Yep. Find a way to compete in every way. I mean, that's what made Pete Rose as great as he was, whether it was playing cards or pitching pennies or being on the Major League Baseball field. That's what Votto brings. That's what Gonzalez brings.
How do you know he was a good card player? Did you ever get back in the back of the plane and get in those card games with him? You must have been nuts.
Jesse? That's down a little low. 3-0. The trouble spotted the lineup again with Tulowitzki. He's 1 for 3, a single last time up. He singled to lead off the 5th, then Helton drilled the home run that gave the Rockies the 7-6 lead. That's up high.
Well, George, I don't know if you got the trivia answer right or not. Let's take a look and see what the real answer is.
What 4 active players, their current franchise's all-time hits leader? Junior Suzuki, Ichiro. We had 3. Should have thought of Ichiro, huh?
Yeah. He's had 200 hits a year, I think, ever since he stepped into the United States.
Mm-hmm. Here's Helton, 3 for 3, 2 singles and a homer. Continues what has been a torrid pace against the Reds and a torrid month of August throughout his career. Career-wise, 324 against Cincinnati, and that doesn't even include the 3 for 3 today. Good speed at second, and Gonzalez, he's checking the outfielders behind him. And Tulowitzki off first with 2 away here in the 6th. Had the feeling that I think Dusty Baker had hoped that Sam LeCure could put together a good 3 or 4 inning stretch. When he ran into trouble, that means piece it together with a tired bullpen from here on out in the first game of a 4-game series. Two innings of work, 47 pitches for Sam LeCure. He joined us late. Homer Bailey went 3 innings and left trailing 5-3, and after the hour 34-minute rain delay, he did not return. Sam LeCure took over, pitched the 4th and 5th, and here's Arredondo in the 6th.
Need a strike here. Runners are off.
3-2, 2 away. Rolled over on it. Votto has it. Arredondo tops the bag, and they'll strand 2 more. Rockies have stranded 7, but they've also knocked in 7 and lead at 7-6. Now it's time for the Coors Light freeze cam on this home run night for the Reds. Jay Bruce, his 22nd homer, makes it 3-0. Seth Smith hits the first of 2. He eventually gives the Rockies the lead. Drew Stubbs comes back to homer as well for the Reds, his 15th of the season. And then Todd Helton drills a 2-run shot, so it's been you score, I score, and the score right now is 7-6. Rockies lead it. Seth Smith, 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Jay Bruce, a home run and 4 runs batted in. Drew Stubbs, the homer and 2 batted in. And right now the hitting star for the Rockies, in addition to Smith, is Helton. 3 for 3, 2 singles and a homer, and a total of 3 runs knocked in. Here we go as we go to the 6th inning with a familiar face back on the mound, Chris. Josh Renicky, once a Red, then traded away to Toronto in the deal for Scott Rowland. And he was called back up on Sunday morning, pitched yesterday for the Rockies in Colorado, and here he is in Cincinnati.
Well, Josh, we hardly knew you. It was in 2008 when he came over here and pitched in 5 ball games, came up in 2009, pitched 11. That was before the Reds shipped him to Toronto, along with Edwin Encarnacion and the Scott Rowland deal. In Toronto, he really had just a couple of cups of coffee. 16 games last year. 24 or 13 games with the Blue Jays the year before that. What you may remember about Renicky is the fact when he played college ball at UCLA, he was an outfielder. And every once in a while they bring him in out of the outfield to close the game off, but he really wasn't a pitcher as far as coming up as a pitcher in amateur baseball. But they liked his arm so much that they decided to put him on the mound, and he can get it up there, no question about that.
Outstanding football player, too.
Yeah.
Son of Gary Renicky, nephew of Ron Renicky. Swing and a miss. And he's got a little giddy up, plus decent breaking ball.
Come up with a slider now, huh? Todd Frazier said, hey, you didn't have that when I was playing behind you. That looks like a splitter. Maybe not a splitter, maybe a slider, but this baby goes about straight down. That is a slider.
Came out early this afternoon, out on the field to visit with some of his former teammates from the Reds in the minor leagues. Joey Votto, one who came out along with Jay Bruce to say hi. I have a feeling, Chris, that Bobby Apodaca will be good for Josh Renicky. I think that's a good combo.
He's a good pitching coach, Bobby Apodaca is.
Line drive to left, and it's picked off the top of the dirt by Seth Smith. Nice play by Smith, and Stubbs is retired.
Well, Smith has had some kind of a night. That's a Gold Glove caliber play right there. He's already hit a couple of home runs. Play a little slip and slide out there in that wet turf.
Two away, and here comes Ramon. Hernandez hit by a pitch and bounced out. 7 runs, 9 hits for Colorado, 6 runs, 4 hits for the Reds. Here in the bottom of 6. That'll get past Tulowitzki and roll into center for a base hit. So a 2-out base hit by Ramon. And here comes the second baseman, Paul Yanish.
First hit of the night for Ramon Hernandez on Performance Honda Expo. Boy, he can hit a fastball. And just takes it right back through the middle.
Yanish 0 for 2, flied out and lined out. Short lead for Ramon. First pitch swing and popped up. Is there room? Yes, there is. Wigginton has it, and that'll do it. Red strand 1. When we return, back to work go the Rockies, leading by 1.
Reds baseball is brought to you by AT&T. Cincinnati Children's ranks 3rd in the nation on U.S. News and World Report's honor roll for Best Children's Hospitals 2011. By your Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. Visit mycincinnatihondadealer.com for current offers. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real.
Well, that scoreboard is real. 7 runs, 9 hits for Colorado. 6 runs, 5 hits for the Reds. If you joined us late, hour and 34-minute rain delay. And a lot of the scoring via the home run tonight. Jay Bruce, a 3-run home run for the Reds. Drew Stubbs, Bruce's 22nd. Stubbs hit his 15th home run. Each of them gave the Reds leads. But the home runs by the Rockies have given them the lead right now, 7-6. 2 home runs from Seth Smith, 2 2-run shots. Todd Helton, 3 for 3, 2 singles and a home run. The home run in the 5th made it 7-6. Smith's 2-run shot in the 2nd was his 10th of the year. His 2-run shot in the 3rd was his 11th of the year. He's 2 for 2 and a walk. Well, the University of Mississippi product pops this one foul. Another player who's an alum of the United States national team. Played for the national team back in the early 2000s, 2002 or 3, around there. Was regarded back then as a fine offensive player. And at times he's shown flashes of great bat speed and brilliance. 2 of those came here tonight. That's a swing and a miss. Smith retired. Out number 1 of the 7th for Arredondo.
Well, Arredondo's got that little splitter working on his, and it looks like a fastball coming out of his hand, but he really pulls a string on it, meaning the speed is about 7 or 8 miles an hour slower. It drops a little bit, and he's got Seth Smith looking for a fastball way out in front.
I mean, you've said it so often, Chris, and it's so true that when he's gotten in trouble, it's when he gets behind, because that, I mean, his repertoire is limited, but when he gets ahead, that splitter is lethal.
Well, you got to get ahead with the fastball. And that's what every pitcher who was really successful, whose off-speed pitch was that splitter, could do to you. They could spot that fastball. You know, Bruce Sutter was a perfect example of that. I mean, he lived and died by that split finger pitch, but every time you swing, it would be a splitter and it would drop to the ground. Every time you took, it would be a fastball.
Yeah.
Arredondo's got to figure that out.
And you were talking about earlier, if you're a young pitcher learning your craft, and I mean, your former pitching coach, Robin Roberts, and everybody I've ever been around has said the same thing. The most important pitch is a well-located fastball, no matter what velocity you're throwing it.
Absolutely right. And there's only a handful of hitters at any given time can take that low outside fastball on the knees, on the black, and actually do something with it.
For so many years, you threw batting practice, not when you were a major league player.
Thanks a lot. I've got hitters walking up to me saying that, and I have announcers saying that. George, we were partners for 17 years, and the truth finally comes up.
But so many years down in the batting cage, and I mean, even though you weren't throwing 88, 89 anymore, if you throw 75 and you locate a fastball, you can make a guy feel pretty good or feel pretty bad if you hit a spot that he can't hit.
You're absolutely right. That's why in the home run hitting contest around the All-Star game, those hitters want a ball, you know, in a real small area, about the size of a Kleenex box. And if they wait for that pitch, they're going to knock that ball out 9 out of 10 times. If you notice in that home run hitting contest, where they make their outs is when they start swinging at pitchers that are a little bit out of their hot zone. I mean, there's no way a major league hitter can cover even an 85-mile-an-hour fastball all around the perimeter of the strike zone. The plate is 17 inches wide. It goes from the hollows of the knees to the halfway point, shoulders, and belt. It's a big strike zone, and you start chasing pitches outside that zone, it really gets a hard thing to do is hit. And that's when guys get into their slumps.
Remember asking Dave McKay once, who Every time Mark McGwire went to the home run derby contest, he always took Dave McKay with him, who was a great batting practice pitcher for Oakland and the Cardinals. And at first I said, how many home runs do you think he gave up? He said about 4,000 to McGwire in his career. But he knew exactly where Big Mac wanted it in BP and in a home run hitting contest. Now, you could throw it 2 inches inside or 2 inches outside and make that guy feel uncomfortable, even if you're throwing 70 miles an hour. That's up high to Iannetta, and it's 3-0. So a runner on with 1 out, and Iannetta now ahead 3-0. Oh, those walks, boy, they've been a burden on Dusty Baker and his staff all year long, especially from the bullpen. Iannetta steps out, checks Rich Dower, rolls through signs. 3-1 with 1 out in a 1-run ball game.
Well, you mentioned walks by the bullpen, George. Just looked it up that the Cubs are the worst in the league as far as bullpen walks at 178, but the Reds are right there in second place. 164 walks for the Reds. And
boy, how many times have you sat up here and seen the first batter faced walked by a bullpenner? Wigginton not going. That's a broken bat and foul into the seats down the left field line.
Well, is that an Exmo camera cool or what?
Man, that's shattered. New piece of lumber for Iannetta, and it's full 3-2. So we'll see if Wigginton will be off and running. 3-2, 1 out. Short lead. Oh, he was taking a step.
Pretty good idea right there. You know, every once in a while, just throw over there with that 3-2 pitch just in case the runner has a real small lead and he thinks that because I've got a small lead, there's no way he's going to throw over. I'll just go ahead and go on the first move. A lot bigger lead now.
There he goes. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second. Not in time. So Iannetta strikes out for the third strikeout for Arredondo. Second out of the inner. And Wigginton's down at second.
7 stolen bases on the year for Ty Wigginton. He's only been thrown out 1 time. So he's one of those guys that it's kind of a sneak attack. You're not sure when he's going to go, but by the end of the year, he'll end up with 10 or 12 of them.
So a 1-run lead already. Here's Ian Stewart, who'll come in to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. Steps in at 157. Here's one of those who was penciled in as a potential big power threat and third baseman for the Rockies, and just has not panned out. And
yeah, you talk about a disappointment for the Rockies there. I mean, last year, a couple of years ago, let's go back to Ian Stewart hit 25 home runs. Last year he hit 18 home runs and drove in 61. So you're thinking, all right, he's going to be the guy really that's going to nail down the third base job. Maybe we'll do a little platoon action over there with Wigginton and Stewart. And he comes up this year, has not hit a home run in 121 at bats, has driven in only 6, and has batted 157. I mean, the floor just opened wide open, and he just fell right in. Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, you don't have to worry about hitting $157 because you let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu, inspired solutions, and better results. JTM.
Rex Brothers loosening in the bullpen with Stewart pinch hitting here in the 7th. Wigginton average speed out at second. A base hit to any of these outfielders and they should have a chance to throw the runner out. They got a chance to pick him off, and Wigginton back.
You know, I haven't seen Ty Wigginton play a lot, George, you know, just in the games that we've televised and on games that teams he's been against. But I imagine if you've got 7 stolen bases, only been thrown out 1 time, you're probably, and you're Ty Wigginton, not a real speedy, you're probably a pretty good base runner overall. I mean, as far as getting good secondary leads. And he's putting himself in a position out there at second base that if Stewart's able to get a base hit, he's certainly going to score because he's being very aggressive with that secondary lead.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And you talk about the secondary lead, Chris. I mean, this is 19 years we've been actually doing games together now, and in our career, the 2 guys I remember that took the best secondary leads were Sean Casey and Brett Boone.
Yeah.
They always got every inch, and neither one of them were base stealers, neither one of them were speed burners, but they got every inch out of the lead that they could get off second. 2-2. Hit pretty good, right center field. Stubbs, does he have room? Got it. 1 step from the wall, Drew Stubbs hauls it in. Reds need a marker. Bottom of the order due up. We go to bottom of 7. .com at bat 11 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @BAT to 31826 or visit Reds.com for details. A little sprinkling going on again. The rain has popped up again. Not heavy, just a light mist. With the pitcher spot due up, here comes Brandon Phillips to face the new pitcher for the Colorado Rockies. Rex Brothers, one of 2 lefties out of the bullpen.
Yeah, you're not kidding about new either. You see, for Rex Brothers, he's 28 ball games, 29 now, 23 innings overall for Brothers. He was a former #1 draft pick as recently as 2009. Only 23 years old, from Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
So here's Brandon. Did not start today, still feeling the effects of that collision with Drew Stubbs. This one hit pretty good to left. Hey, you don't need your legs to do this. That's upper deck. Phillips has tied this one up. It only takes 1 for #4. about that, Chris?
It didn't take long, did it? First thing he saw, he says, you know what? I won't drop the bat head right here in the first fastball I see. Kind of love that dude.
Now we know why he was smiling before. And back to the top of the order with a lefty in. Here's Dave Sapelt, who's coming in to pinch hit at the top of the order. Brandon says, you wanted it, Dusty, you got it.
You know what? Knowing Brandon Phillips, he probably told Dusty Baker on his way to the at-bat that I'm going to tie this ball game up for you.
Here's another look at a dandy.
I'll tell you what, that is a good swing right here. Nice controlled swing. And Brothers throws it right in his hot zone. Die high, middle in, drop the head and round the bases.
Brandon always tough against lefties. This year no different. He comes in just under 300 against left-handers. That's his second homer against the lefty this year. So Brandon gets the Reds even at 7, and here's Sapelt, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Got his first major league hit in Chicago. Great memory for him. And he started a rally here. I talked to Rick Sweet earlier today, the AAA manager down in Louisville. They had a doubleheader yesterday, then bus back home. Didn't get in until about 6:30 this morning in Louisville. They're playing Columbus tonight. And he said, all our guys are watching every night because half our guys are up with the big club. That makes minor league managers, coaches, and players feel pretty good, doesn't it?
Absolutely. That's the goal. I mean, yeah, they want to win at every level. Obviously, you put the team on the field and you try to win every game.
That's going to sneak through. Sapelt is on, so back-to-back hits. And the Reds have the go-ahead runner on here in the 7th.
Hey, what, the Reds are coming off the bench in this particular inning, being very aggressive at the plate. First pitch fastball hitting was Brandon. First pitch breaking ball hitting is Dave Sapelt. Got a little speed on the bases now.
All right, we'll see what Dusty does. Sapelt, a base runner of good ability and a base stealer of good ability too. I mean, throughout his minor league career, in 1 year he stole as many as 26 at Dayton for half a season, then 21 at Sarasota. So 47 in a year. Pretty good lead there, and they'll chase him back.
The idea here is, if you've never seen Rex Brothers, the left-hander on the mound, you want to get a big enough lead, a one-way lead, just like Sapelt did, and have him throw over a couple of times to see if you can't just figure out whether he's got a good move or not.
Back-to-back hits, no one out. Here's Renteria. Big hole on the right side. Edgar used to taking good work with that. This one flied to right, though. Couldn't get it on the ground. It's in the air. Trying to go that way was Renteria, but had to loft it, didn't ground it. So Sapelt peers across the infield that Mark Berrier rolls through some signs for him, and here comes Joey. Votto walked and scored on the homer by Bruce in the first. Flied out to the warning track and left in the third, and then walked in the 5th. And was out trying to advance from first to second on a fly ball thrown out by Gonzalez. Breaking ball drops in there. Listen to the chant, Joey Votto. Fastball misses in. Little giddy up. He's 92, 93 on the fastball. Didn't go. 2-1. Adrian Johnson said he held. So ahead in the count now. Chappelle off first. See if Dusty might put something on here. Not going. Yes, missed that one, and it's 2-2. You see those left-handed batters look out towards left center. They're not looking at the replay board. They're looking at the gun reading board. That's where it is here at Great American Ballpark, trying to get an idea of where they might be. That was at 93. That's right about where he's been. Two. And we'll go full 3-2. You think Chappelle will be off and running?
I think you're going to give him the green light right here, yeah. Billy Hatcher will say to him, make sure he goes home. I would be surprised to see Brothers throw over one more time.
There's ball 4.
Dropped a little slide step on it.
So a home run by Phillips to start the inning, a single by Chappelle, and out comes Apodaca after the walk to Votto. So 1 out, first and second. The go-ahead run now out at second, and here comes Jay Bruce. I mean, Brothers is in there because you had the left-handers scheduled up this inning.
You know, Dusty Baker normally likes to make that lineup out so you separate the left-handers out. Righty, lefty, righty, lefty. But of course, with Brandon Phillips out of the lineup today, he had to juggle it even more than normal. So he had Fred Lewis lefty, then a righty and Renteria, then Votto and Bruce lefties together, and here comes Bruce.
Jay's had a night already. 3-run homer in the first, his 22nd. The 3 runs batted in, giving him 66 on the season. Singled in a run in the third, and then hit a fly ball to the warning track against the wall in the 5th. Tulowitzki camped right behind Chappelle, trying to keep him tight at second. Cardinals and Brewers off tonight. They start a 3-game series tomorrow. The Reds start tonight 9.5 back of Milwaukee in the Central, trying to pick up some ground and hoping the Cardinals can help them out this week. No balls, 1 strike. Missing down and in. Hardy group here tonight. An hour and 34-minute rain delay and intermittent showers the rest of the night. The faithful are hanging in. That's a grounder. Scooped by Ellis. They'll get the out. Both runners will advance, so it's second and third now with 2 away. And here comes one of the Chicago heroes, Todd Frazier. Frazier tonight has struggled. Ground out and a couple of strikeouts. And out comes Jim Tracy. He'll go to the right-hander. Tracy's on his way out. A long walk from the dugout for the Hamilton, Ohio native. And while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. 4 for $48 ticket deal this weekend when the Reds take on the Padres at Great American Ballpark. Purchase 4 view-level tickets for the Friday, Saturday, or Sunday game and receive a voucher for 1 free large La Rosa's pizza for only $48. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Reds.com/4 for $48. Can't beat it. Greatest game in America and the greatest pizza around, too. The only thing that would beat it would be a base hit right here. Now here's a former Red, Matt Belisle, who will take over with runners at second and third. 2 outs here in the 7th. And Todd Frazier to the plate, Chris.
Matt Belisle's not the same Belisle that we had when he was over here with the Reds, George. He's a real good control pitcher now. He's a totally reliever. Remember, he was a starter part-time when he was with the Reds. Still has a nice slider, changes speeds, and he's one of those late inning guys for Jim Tracy.
Frazier fouls it off, a ball and a strike. Matt came over from Atlanta after coming up in the Atlanta organization in the Kent Mercker deal. Back in 2003, was with the Reds for 5 years. And has been with Colorado ever since.
He always had a feeling that if he was just able to harness his stuff, because his arm was a real good one. Nice live fastball, good crisp breaking ball. Chased a hanger up and out of the zone that time. Frazier saw that little hanging slider so big he nearly came out of his shoes. Belisle now 31 years old.
One ball, 2 strikes. Nub to the right side. Helton over. He'll have room and squeeze it. So the Reds will strand a pair. They've stranded 4 on the night, but Brandon Phillips gets them even. The smile tells the story. The swing writes the epitaph. We're tied at 7. Hard blast. It came early. Walk to Lewis. Walk to Votto. Boom. Jay Bruce, 22nd homer of the year. The Reds had a 3-0 lead. For Jay, that's 1 of 2 hits and 4 runs batted in on the evening thus far. That gave the Reds an early 3-0 lead. It's been seesaw ever since, and we're tied at 7 as we head to the 8th inning. So it changes for the Reds as we go to the 8th. Miguel Cairo comes in at third. Cairo had a day off in Chicago, a little bit of a tweak of his side muscle. Dave Sapelt stays in the game. He's over and left. And on the mound is the lefty Billy Bray. What a year he's had.
Yeah, he is, George. You're right about that. 28 years old, a 2-1 record for Bray, but an even 2.00 earned run average. And he has come in to a whole bunch of tight situations and pitched the Reds out of him. Here he is to start an inning clean, but a 7-7 tie.
59th appearance of the season for this lefty. Here's the switch hitter, Dexter Fowler. Flied out, walked and stole a base in the 4th, and struck out in the 6th. Want to keep him off the bases. He has stolen base potential. High in the air down the right field line. Chasing is Bruce. It'll be 2 rows into the seats. And the NFL is back, and Fox coverage begins with a preseason special as the Buccaneers head to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs. Coverage begins on Friday, August the 12th at 8 o'clock, 5 Pacific, and high definition only on Fox. So what do they need 4 weeks of training camp for?
Hey, I don't know. I'll tune in and listen to Tom Brenneman. He'll tell us all about that.
That's it. Tommy will take you through it. 1 ball, 1 strike to Fowler. That's past Cairo into left, and Dexter's on. So a leadoff batter on here in the 8th.
You know, you bring the infield in, your third baseman in, Cairo right there, because Fowler's got plenty of speed, and you're protecting against the bunt. But what it does is it enables that hole on the left side of the infield to open up a little bit. So a ground ball that is not all that sharply hit gets by you just a step or 2 quicker. Normal playing depth, chances are Cairo gets over there to make that play.
In the air, and they'll get it out. So Ellis, usually money in the bank for doing the little things, tries to sacrifice and pops it up. And the Reds get a break and an error. Now they're a ground ball out of getting out of this jam.
Yeah, I don't know, George, if, you know, with Mark Ellis coming over from Oakland, and you know Billy Beane's disdain for the sacrifice bunt. You wonder if he was ever even asked to sacrifice over there.
Here's Gonzalez, hit by a pitch, popped up, struck out, and singled.
Actually, you're right. He has been asked a lot, 43 of them in his career.
He's a solid ball player.
Yeah.
Does almost always comes through when you ask him to do the little things. And
looks like he tried to push that, got the barrel of the head down a little bit, popped it straight up. Good break for the Reds.
See if they can nurse a ground ball out of Gonzalez here. Gonzalez 0 for 1 in his matchups with Bray. Breaking ball wide. Amazing what you can do when you're healthy. That's the Bill Bray story. Healthy for the first time in years, and he has been solid for the Reds. Whoa, this hit a ton. Forget it. Stubbs turns and looks. That's going to be 1 hop off the glass in center field. Oh, did he tattoo that one? Carlos hits number 16. The Reds kept him quiet for most of the night, but here in the 8th he delivers.
Well, normally Bill Bray's been money in the bank against left-handers. He gets a slider out over the plate, and Carlos Gonzalez with great plate coverage and even better power. I mean, you talk about powerizing a baseball. He knew that ball upon contact was headed for the berm in center field, and a 2-run lead for the Rockies.
9-7 Colorado, and that home run by Gonzalez, the 7th home run of the night tonight. That ties the season high. It's been home run derby all night long. Your margin for error with the middle of this lineup is so small. Gonzalez, now this guy Tulowitzki, and Helton.
Well, that really what it makes you do, though, is you pitch carefully to these guys and you make sure you get everybody else out.
Line drive center, back, Stubbs reaching, can't get it. 1 hop off the wall, and Tulowitzki will have another 2-base hit.
That ball was hit nearly as hard as a home run by by Gonzalez.
Two for 4.
Yeah, 2 hits and a couple of times on base. You talk about taking a cut.
Massett has gotten up and started to loosen, so Tulowitzki now has 42 multi-hit games this season. He was tied with Hunter Pence for 3rd in the National League starting tonight. And here comes Helton. Helton so far 3 for 4, 2 singles and a homer. Final, the Braves have beaten the Marlins 8-5. Derek Lowe gets the win in that one. Now in the 8th, Philadelphia leads the Dodgers 3-0. Mets hung on to beat San Diego, the final 9-8 at Citi Field. Houston leads Arizona 7-0 in the 8th. This one grounded down to the shortstop, Edgar Renteria. They'll get the out at first. Second out of the inning.
George, just noticed on the wire that the Colorado Rockies have signed Kevin Millwood. And their speculation is that he will pitch against the Reds on Wednesday.
Yeah, that was a question mark for the Rockies before tonight.
Millwood has been pitching in the minor leagues this season for 2 different minor league teams. Of all teams, the Red Sox AAA team and the Yankees AAA team.
Pitching coach Bob Apodaca has had to reach deep into his bag of tricks for his starters this year. Bobbled, and they won't have a play. Giannis got a glove on it. He'll be charged with an error. It looked like it clipped the edge of the grass just as it before it skipped up to his glove. Take a look. You get spoiled watching number 4 out there every night.
Yeah,
don't you?
I already had it written in the book. That's how spoiled you get. But you're right. I think it just hit that little seam right there where the grass begins and the dirt ends. No excuses. Play ought to be made.
So that prolongs the inning. It's now 1st and 3rd. And here comes Wigginton. Wigginton, 2 walks and a base hit. And a fly ball out to left.
Well, this kind of spin on a fastball.
Ball, 1 strike, 1st and 3rd. Is there room for Votto? Bottom of the order due up. Reds got another hole to climb out of. They trail at 9-7. and dog. Time for our John Morrell hot dog play of the game. Sam LeCure there when he needs to be. 3, 6, 1. A double play, a key point in the game for the Reds. Good play by Votto. Great turn, and LeCure was in the right place. Good news today if you joined us late from the guy on the right side of your screen, Scott Rowland. Rowland today talking to the Reds training staff, Paul Lessard, saying he was elated over the fact that he has full range of motion for that left shoulder after the arthroscopic surgery that took place. A long way away, Chris, from him getting back and playing on a baseball field, but it's encouraging at least.
You're not kidding, George. Usually shoulder surgery is one of those that the first couple of weeks you can hardly move your shoulder. I mean, they get you to get them as much range of motion as possible, but for him to have full range of motion at this point, hopefully he'll be on to cure very quickly.
Rafael Betancourt, no stranger to the Reds. Whatever uniform he's been in, he's pitched a lot against Cincinnati, and he'll face Drew Stubbs, hitting 6th in the order to lead it off. Ramon Hernandez will follow. 53 strikeouts in 45 innings, so you know what he's got. Stubbs trying to bunt his way on, fouls it off. Drew tonight struck out. Homer to give the Reds a 6-5 lead in the 3rd, and then line to left in the 6th.
I like that idea out of Drew Stubbs. I mean, if that third baseman is playing even with the bag or deeper, he's giving Stubbs an opportunity to lay one down.
Stubbs 0 for 1 in his matchups with Betancourt. That home run by Drew back in the 3rd is 15th of the season. Good eye. 2-1. The Red Sox rather beat Minnesota 8-6. The White Sox over Baltimore 7-6. Tampa Bay has beaten Kansas City 2-1, and Texas over Seattle 9-2 in the American League. If you're going to survive in Colorado, Chris, you need a guy like this out of your bullpen, don't you? Man.
Well, he can answer the bell. Pitches a lot of games. One of the more deliberate pitchers you run across.
Locked him up. Stubbs retired for the first out of the 8th inning.
Well, you mentioned the strikeouts, George, and he's got a nice fastball that he pinpoints normally. He kind of gets a lot of the plate right there, but I wonder if sometimes that motion gets the hitters. Got a lot of mannerisms. It's like Sean Casey as a pitcher.
Herky jerky, and he hides the ball well. Here's Ramon. Hernandez 2 for 4 against Betancourt in their matchups. He's been on twice tonight, hit by a pitch in single, and he bounced out in the 3rd. Breaking ball drops in there for a strike.
Of course, both Ramon Hernandez and Rafael Betancourt from Venezuela. Would not be surprised that these guys have played on the same team somewhere along the line. Ramon makes his home now down in Florida. Became a U.S. citizen this year.
1 ball, 1 strike.
That makes me nervous just watching him.
The last part of his motion, he kind of throws the glove hand up in front, and then the arm delivery comes right after that. So you're picking it up at the last instant.
He's one of these pitchers, and it's somewhat of a rare breed, that can give you 68, 65, 69, 70 games a year after year after year, and his stuff really doesn't drop off that much. Some guys, you put that kind of workload on them 2 years in a row, and by the third year in the 50th game, they're losing 3-4 miles on their fastball.
Moen hangs in there. Here's the 1-2 again. I mean, you could close your eyes and go back 6-7 years, and it's the same 91, 92, right?
And the same jittery little mannerisms, too. I hate to be stuck in an elevator with this guy.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He got him. So back-to-back strikeouts. 1 looking, 1 swinging, 2 away in the 8th.
Tell you what, he can pinpoint that fastball, and it gets on the hitters in a hurry. Well, he just comes right after Ramon, who's as good a fastball hitter as you will find. And he strikes out Hernandez for the second punch out in the inning. I mean, can you imagine taking him to an auction? You'd have to have a tractor trailer for everything he'd inadvertently buy.
Take him down to Louisville for the horse auction. And he's ahead again. No balls, 1 strike to Yanish, who's 0 for 3. Waves at that, and it's 0-2. Listen, wide, almost in unison like a ballet. The whole infield was 2 steps towards the dugout. Betancourt also, but the call ball 1. It's 1-2. And he battles back even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He strikes out the side. 2 swinging, 1 looking. Reds running out of outs. They trail by 2 as we go to the 9th. I go to the 8th inning. Carlos Gonzalez sooner or later, and unfortunately for the Reds, it was late in the 8th inning. This 2-run shot has given the Rockies a 2-run lead. For Carlos Gonzalez, a night where he threw out Joey Votto trying to advance on a fly ball. He came up with a base hit in the 6th inning, and then the 2-run homer in the 8th. That's the difference in the ball game. That was with Fowler on board. So Gonzalez' 16th homer has given Colorado, yeah, it feels good, the lead 9-7. We go to the top of inning number 9, bottom of the order due up. Nick Massett will come in and go to work. If you joined us late, Homer Bailey started. The Reds had an early 3-0 lead, but then two-run homers from Seth Smith and a run-scoring base hit from Todd Helton made it 5-3. The Rockies had the lead, and then an hour and 34-minute rain delay ensued to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Homer did not return, and it's been bullpen ever since. Jason Hamill started. He came back after the rain delay, and for the Rockies, they've had Hamill, Reynolds, Renicky, Brothers, Belisle, Betancourt, and they've all done their job. Here's Iannetta hitting in the 8th spot. Struck out, lined out, bounced into a double play and struck out. Bailey went 3. LeCure came in the 4th, went 2, followed by Arredondo. Bill Bray allowed the 2-run home run in the 8th inning. That's foul down the 3rd base line. This game 1 of the 4-game series, Dontrelle Willis against Esmil Rogers. We're on the air tomorrow with the Reds live at 6:30. The game will follow. Wednesday, Mike Leake will go for the Reds, and as near as we could tell, it appears it'll be Kevin Millwood, newly acquired by the Rockies, on Wednesday. And on Thursday, Johnny Cueto against Chacin. Then the Padres come to town. Bronson Arroyo, Homer Bailey, and Dontrelle Willis, the 3 starters for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Out number 1 of the 9th is Iannetta, is taken care of by Massett. And here's Eric Young Jr. Bottom of 9. Cairo due to lead it off in the 9th spot, then the top of the order. Sapelt, Renteria, and Votto due up. EY's 3rd season in the majors now. Native of New Jersey, stays alive, fouling that off. Switch hitter, great speed. Played a lot in left of late with all the injuries and shifting that's been going on. There's the walking wounded Zach Cozart, Chris Heisey, both on the DL. Heisey with the strain in the side, Cozart with the hyperextended left elbow. And while Heisey will probably be back, the question will still remain with Cozart. He could come back wearing a brace, and then again he could undergo surgery and just get himself ready for next year.
Yeah, it looks like, George, that the surgery might be something he's going to have either now or in the off season.
Yep.
So if he's going to have it, you know, there is one school of thought in this organization that encourages him to have it now, be more ready for next year than having it over the winter, than having to kind of rush through that rehab. Of course, if you're Zach Cozart, you're thinking, hey, if I can play and play the rest of this year and I can still recover in time, maybe I'll have it right after the season over. Evidently, the surgery we're talking about is not all that severe.
Votto taps the bag. Young is retired. Second out of the 9th inning, and back to Dexter Fowler at the top of the order. Surgery is to his non-throwing arm, and it's not regarded as extensive or risky surgery. It's something that, if all goes as expected, he should be fine and ready to go for spring training. Big swing by Fowler. Dexter tonight flied to center, walked and stole a base in the 4th, struck out in the 6th, and then he led off the 8th with a base hit to left, then scored on the homer by Carlos Gonzalez. That's the difference in the ball game, 9-7. Big breaking ball drops in there for a strike. Paid crowd tonight at 27,055. Thinned out by an hour and 34-minute rain delay and lingering showers and mist all night long. Those that remain hoping and praying for a Reds comeback in the 9th. Ripped and past the diving Giannis into center. Fowler takes a turn, so Dexter has turned a rough day into a pretty good day. Base hits in his last 2 times up.
Well, for a leadoff guy, the idea is to get on base. He has been on base 3 times tonight, and boy, does he wallop this one. That is a laser beam line drive right there. Dexter on base percentage is a leadoff hitter this year, .365.
On base 3 of 5 times tonight. So Fowler's on, and here's the second baseman, Ellis. 1 for 4 and hit by a pitch. Great to have you with us, George Brand, Chris Welch, Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro.
Great to have you here this week, George.
Great to see everybody again. Last time I was around, we were 3 games back, and then something happened. Hopefully, we can make up some ground this week. Not starting off too good so far.
Yeah. A little baseball left tonight.
Yep. Great job down in the truck on this lengthy night. Christian Roberts, our producer. Brian Hunterman, our director. Lauren White, Matt Sigafus, Kent Dreamweaver working on the pregame show. And to our crew that's tried to stay dry all night long.
And awake.
Tried 4 different angles. It looks like Massett wants a fastball in. He'll throw over. Come prepared, right? Bring your glove, bring your umbrella. This one laced into the corner. Long run for Bruce. He can't get there. Fowler's going to be sent around third. The throw won't be nearly in time. In fact, it won't even be made, and the Rockies put an insurance run on the board.
That is a huge run right there on an opposite field hit by Mark Ellis. He's a solid player. There is no question about that. He takes his pitch that is a fastball, looks like, away, and he's not even sure it's going to stay fair or not. But because Dexter Fowler is so fast on the bases, I mean, he was really scooting it all the way from first to third, then all the way to home. Ellis drives in a big insurance run right there. A 3-run lead now for the Rockies. Wow.
10-7 Colorado. So Dusty has seen each of his bullpenners give up at least a run, with the exception of Arredondo. And it seems like every time you turn around, it's Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, and Helton coming up again.
It does seem like they've come to the bat a lot. Each of them now in a 9-inning ball game getting their 6th plate appearance.
Gonzalez hit by a pitch, popped up, struck out, singled, and homered.
The Rockies have 14 hits, 5 walks, 2 hit batsmen, and a Reds error.
And 10 left on base.
That's the pitch that Sam McCure struck him out on back in the 4th inning.
Margin for error is slim, but you've got to at least show him inside. High in the air to left. Sapelt over. Dave's under it. Got it. That'll do it. Last round up for the Reds. Rockies put an insurance tally on the board. They lead at 10-7. To the 9th we go. With us for Fox Sports Ohio Reds Live postgame. Get complete highlights, full interviews from the stars of the game, and of course Dusty before anybody else. Reds Live postgame brought to you by Kings Honda and the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. And if you haven't been with us all night long, we'll have some words from Scott Rowland talking about how he feels after his shoulder surgery. Encouraging news. We'll have that for you, as well as highlights of tonight's lengthy encounter here at Great American Ballpark, and the Reds hoping for a little 9th inning lightning. Those fans, among the 27,055 who were here when it all started, either they had a lot of caffeine tonight, Chris? A little chocolate moved in? Or they're past the stage of tiredness at this stage, huh?
Well, I think that they're hoping for a Reds rally. They've got to score 3 to tie, 4 to go ahead. They'll have to do it against the closer for the Colorado Rockies, Houston Street. 28 for 31 in save opportunities. Traded over to the Rockies back in 08 for Matt Holliday.
There's Miguel Cairo. Cairo hitting in the 9th spot. The good news for the Reds on this night, Jay Bruce, a homer and 4 runs batted in, including a 3-run shot, his 22nd. Drew Stubbs hit his 15th home run. And the most emotional shot of the night, a pinch hit home run from Brandon Phillips to lead off the 7th that tied the game at 7. Cairo never had a hit against Street, 0 for 4 and a strikeout. Renteria will follow, and then Votto after Sapelt. In the air, right center field. It's hanging up long enough for the center fielder Fowler to get there, and he'll haul it in.
Same type of situation the Reds had with the converging outfielders, center field, right field. It was Stubbs and Bruce. Bruce took it the right fielder when the Reds had a chance. That time the center fielder Fowler takes care of it.
Here's Sapelt. Dave came in the 7th and singled in his first at bat. Trying to find a way on here. Wigginton in tied at 3rd.
One thing about Houston Street, he rarely beats himself. He has pitched 50 innings this year, and he's walked only 8 batters. So you're going to have to hit to get on base.
He's one of those rhythm pitchers, isn't he, Chris? He just gets into a rhythm, and unless you find a way to disrupt him, it's like a truck going downhill. He got him.
Now he kind of has a low 3/4 arm delivery. Tough for right-handers to pick up. A little cutter that time. And of course, Dave Sapelt has never seen Houston Street, at least from the batter's box. And I'm not sure how much of a look he got in that at bat.
So 2 away, and here's Renteria. Edgar, one of the few Reds who's had any success, 2 for 4 against him. Joey Votto on deck. Runs, 14 hits, no errors, and 11 left on for Colorado. 7 runs, 7 hits, and an error, and 4 left for the Reds thus far. Edgar trying to find a way to get on and get the tying run to the plate somehow. 2-2. Got him, and the bat flips past Wigginton, and that will do it. So 2 strikeouts in the 9th for Houston Street. He takes care of business for the Colorado Rockies, and the Rockies have won game 1 of this series. A lengthy night at Great American Ballpark. The end result, Chris, Seth Smith 2-homer night, a Carlos Gonzalez big homer night. and at a race tonight where the Reds had 3 home runs of their own.
You know, after that 3-run bomb by Jay Bruce in the first inning, you take a 3-0 lead. You think, all right, man, this ball club is going to come out. They're swinging the bat. They hit another home run and score another 3 in the third to take the lead again, 6-5, but just weren't able to hold it on. The Rockies come in here. They continue to pound the baseball. 14 hits overall for the Rockies. They had plenty of scoring chances. It could have been worse than it is. But the Reds are going to have to figure out what's going on and come back tomorrow. Second of 4 games set will be tomorrow night, George, and I'll see you here.
Well, Chris, I guess you were right. Kevin Millwood is in town. I just see him high-fiving some of his teammates down there, and looks like he will be the pitcher on Wednesday. And the Rockies have won Game 1 of this series 10-7. Jeff Pecoro, what's up next?
Well, thank you very much, George. Well, boy, coming up, Homer's the key tonight. Homer Bailey, of course, the starting pitcher, and home runs. They were bombs all over the yard. We'll come back and show you those. And we'll also update you on the Scott Rowland injury, the surgery, and when will he be back with the Redlegs? Will he be back with the Redlegs before this season is out? The good news on that front. That and more coming up on Reds Live, coming up right after this. Once again, Colorado takes Game 1 of this 4-game series. 10-7. We'll be back to show you and talk all about it right after this. Stay with us.